Well, good morning, everybody. How are you this morning? It has been a busy week here, and I'm really excited to be able to do a little mining today on Star Citizen. It's going to be a nice distraction from what's been happening in life. So, yeah, let's go ahead and without further ado, we'll get started. Now, I have been talking to a lot of folks who have been saying, hey, man, the Aaron Halo has lots of rocks that are kind of unscannable. And, I just want to say kind of right before we get started, I have definitely seen that a little bit myself. But I do think that, in the past we've noticed where events certainly do a little bit of, they take resources. And so I have seen like an uptick in, unscannable rocks whenever events are going on. So, right off the bat when 17.2 went live, there were kind of events scheduled. So it'll be interesting to see once the events are kind of behind us, how that kind of works out. But, other than that, we are going to do the Aaron Halo a couple of times today and maybe some other places. So we'll have to see how that goes. And I'm really excited about it. Good morning, Quaddy. How are you, man? Nice to see you. How have you been, sir? Alex, good morning. How are you, Alex? Nice to see you. Nate, good morning. Hey, how are you? I'm doing really well, guys. Thanks for joining already. I really appreciate it. I know that I haven't been doing a whole lot of these or scheduling them as much. Hold on, I got to help the citizen. Hey, citizen, you're not wearing your helmet. And, yeah, we need to, hopefully a few things will shake out in life. Over here in the next, in the next couple weeks, the blessings being what they are, both mom and dad have made it back home now, and I'm really excited about that, and we're just gonna kind of take each day as it comes, right? So, hey, good morning, Sandy. How you doing? So let's go ahead and get started here. So I've got the MISC Prospector here. Of course, I just have an Atlas drive right now, and right now I have a Brant and an FLTR-XL. I probably will swap that out for a aUEC C3, a couple of those in a Rieger C3 later today, but we're just going to have some fun with this. So let's head over to the Aaron Halo, and let's see what's going on, because like I said, a lot of folks have been saying, man, there's lots of duds in the Aaron Halo. So let's just see how we do over that way, and we'll check it out. All right, we're pulling the vehicle. Now, I know there's an event happening right now. Not sure which one. I missed the kind of the intro as I was kind of logging in, but I was over making some coffee. But I definitely I seen the window, and I know one of them's happening for sure. So, hangar 1 there. So yeah, we're just gonna do a little Quantanium mining today and see if we can't get around the corner on it. Sandy, how have you been, by the way? Nice to see you. Hey, Alex Sherwin says, just found an 8,300 44%. That's a nice rock, sir. That is a really nice rock. That's got to be, in the neighborhood of what? 70 plus SCU of Quantanium. That is fantastic. That's a very nice rock, Alex. All right, cool. Never a bad idea to just, pull the mining laser out one more time. Now, I know one of these brands is kind of short on charges. I don't know which one. I think we're in pretty good shape outside of that. We'll go ahead and get this, door open, and we'll go get started here. We're headed towards the Aaron Halo today for the first couple runs for sure. And depending on how long they take, then I have, a couple of other spots I'd like to check out. Maybe CRUL2. Maybe the asteroids around Yella, and then if for some reason things go incredibly well today, maybe we'll take a run, like a kind of a longer run, and head over towards Lyria, just because I haven't been over there in a while. So, but we're just going to take it one step at a time, and you never know when you go mining how long things are going to take, and so you just kind of. One thing I will tell you is I got, I do have a nice window of time today, so I'm really excited. This is going to be great. All right, so we're going to head towards ARCL3, and we're going to drop out of that 11.4, 11.5 area. Sandy says, not too bad. I took a break before the wipe. Almost all of us did, Sandy, for sure. Didn't seem like it was worth minding the cargo running. Yeah, I mean, Sandy, we all really went into a break kind of before the wipe. It was a normal thing. And, you know, definitely, you know, obviously getting started again is awesome. So, hey, Hamma, how are you? Nice to see you today. How's it going? Sandy says, I moved all mining apps to CRUL1. You know, I'm going to be doing a lot of, you know, running in the Halo. So, you know, why not get that 3% quant bonus? I mean, that's really, you know, where things are at. And so, yeah, highly recommend it. CRUL1's an excellent place to do that. So, yeah, you guys would be surprised. I mean, I have had a lot of people talking to me about unscannable rocks. And you know, I'll continue to teach the scanning meta so you don't have to approach those. But, you know, it's I can really understand. And like I said, in the past, we've seen where events kind of, you know, they play a role in the amount of resources on the server, which I think plays a role in the amount of unscannable rocks we find on the server as well. So, but we are just going to go ahead and drop out here, you know, around 11.5, 11.4, right in that area. Good. And so with that, I'm just going to go ahead and crank up my, you know, velocity a little bit. We'll go ahead and pull out the mining laser and roll down to a 179 scan, start moving forward, and let's get some opportunity markers going. All right, got a couple right off the bat. And that is a Q-type right off the bat. Miner's luck, you guys. Miner's luck. Now, that doesn't necessarily mean it's worth mining. You know, but a little miner's luck right there, and I'll take it. You know, I'll take a little miner's luck. You know, so that is just a funny thing. Now it looks like it's a pair of rocks. We're approaching them. I could have rolled back to the 90 scan and kept them on, but they were pretty close. So, anyways, we're approaching these two twins right off the bat. Go ahead and start hitting the brakes a little bit. See what we got. Now, you got to approach sometimes within 275 or so. This is probably not going to be a bad rock right here, actually. Let's see what this one is. That one's not going to be great. That's a 7%er. This one here could be a pretty decent rock, though. Maybe. Yeah, there we go. Right off the bat, a 40-40. Like a 50-30. So, 49-31, 42%er. So, you guys know it's miner's luck. Old V doesn't get lucky every time. I don't fly out to the Halo, scan one rock, and get 40-40s every time. But we'll take it, man. We're off to the races this morning. And I got a chuckle, you know. I think I've definitely been very busy lately with family obligations, and I don't get to play as much, and I just love the fact that we're off to the races. Hey, Drake, good morning. Hey, Mr. Azai, how are you, man? Nice to see you this morning. So, yeah, I'm really excited, you guys. This is a great rock right off the bat. Miner's luck, exactly, Nate. You know, I got lucky that time. That literally the first thing we scanned was a twin, you know, a set of doublers with a 40-40 in there. So, nothing. Hey, good morning, Stan Powell. How are you, sir? Nice to see you. Welcome to the channel. Nate, I got blue cap. Like, I hear you, Nate, for sure. I've certainly seen my fair share of blue caps in my day, for sure, man. All right, you guys, off to the races. Alex is asking an excellent question. Do I have the Lancet MH2 on here? Alex, I have the Lancet MH1. So the Prospector fits the size 1 lasers. The Mole fits the size 2 lasers. So, yep, size 1 head on the Prospector, yep. Early bird gets the good rocks. That's exactly right, Arctic, for sure. You know, that is for sure happening there. All right, you guys. It is interesting that we just, like I said, And we're gonna obviously mine this rock, take it back into the hopper if we get lucky, and get everything back in, and then we'll come back out and see how it goes. So, all right. Ooh, Mr. Azai's asking what kind of coffee we got going on. He says he's got a Starbucks vanilla cold brew. That sounds awesome, man. No, I got I am trying, sadly, to watch my sugar a little bit. I've got a straight black cup of Black Rifle right now. It's delicious, man, but I do like my coffee sometimes double-fisted with a little bit of cream and a little bit of sugar. I ain't gonna lie. All right. Well, we got a good break there. Let's go ahead and see how much work we got to do. This is going to be a 1209, and that's going to be a 75%er. What about this guy back here? It's a 923, and that is going to be a 69%er. Nice, if I may. That's all right, and this is going to be an 678 mass here at 68. So yeah, we definitely have some breaking to do, right? I get it with one sugar and light cream. I can appreciate that for sure. BRCC AK blend is one of my favorites. Oh yeah, absolutely. Cool. All right. Well, let's just take a look at what we got here. We got a 75. We got a 68. We got a 6. And then we've got another, it's like a 69 and a couple of nothing. So we'll break the 6 first, just because that's what we do. We won't even need to use any kind of a consumable for that. Turbo Life, welcome to the channel, Turbo. What up, bud? I just found your channel yesterday. Got me out mining the Prospector for the first time, enjoying your vids. Thank you very much. I love that. I appreciate you letting me know that, Turbo, for sure. Quantanium mining's, as a lot of the veterans of the channel know, it's kind of my jam. And, I love it when people stop in and say, hey, man, your videos inspired me to do a little Quantanium mining or Prospector mining or mole mining. And, thank you for letting me know, Turbo. I appreciate that for sure, sir. Sandy says, one downside to see how you want to selling the refined stuff. I hate going to Orson, so that leaves... Yeah, Loreville. It's a longer trip. You're right, Sandy, for sure. And I actually take mine to Area 18, I think, for the most part. The love of my life is the Brant module. I absolutely know where you're coming from on that, Alex. I'm a big proponent of the Brant. Especially when any instabilities are north of 2, which you can see here they're going to be. And so, yes, I agree with that 100%. Now, one of the things I will try and do here is maybe try and do the trick where I break a couple, it's not a trick, but you break a couple of rocks in one Brant consumable. Oh, I overcooked that guy pretty good, though. There we go. We'll get that sorted out quickly. My eyes were wandering over towards the chat, and I... Dark Side, good afternoon, Dark. How are ya? Nice to see you. Yeah, man, you got it. That's awesome. Thank you so much, Turbo. Santa Claus says, boo, Brant. Yeah. Sandy's definitely a VAUX C3 guy, and I've been liking the VAUX C3 with a Rieger C3 myself lately, Sandy. Monkeying around with that some. Of course, you guys know I am a huge proponent of the Brant. I love the Brant. We'll just go ahead and jump right on this guy right here. I'm going to push, push, push. Notice I still got 48 seconds left on this Brant. Push, push, push. This is a very big... trying to get in there with 30 left, and it looks like I'm going to make it in there with 40 left. So we should be able to also break this rock with one consumable. If you happen to pre-scan your rocks, you're going to know where you're headed. So if you fire the Brant as it first gets into the optimal window, then you're going to have this opportunity where you guys are going to be able to use one Brant and break 2 rocks. Hey, Mass, how you doing, man? Good morning. How you doing? Chris Bates says, what up, my peeps? Hey, Chris and Jazzy Cat. Welcome aboard, Jazzy. Hey, good morning, all you guys. I hope everybody's doing well. I miss a lot of you guys. I know I haven't been on as much lately, and there's good reasons for that. I know that most of you know that, and I'm not going to spend a lot of time talking about it, but, it's, I just want you guys to know it's not lost on me. I love seeing you guys, so Thank you all for coming and hanging out. John, hey John, nice to see you. How you been, sir? All right, so we're gonna fire another brand here. Got a couple more breaks to get into. Looks like we got that. Baxter Brown, how are you, Bax? Nice to see you this morning. Darkside says, must admit, not really enjoying solo mining in the latest patch. Gone back to good and trusty Prospector. Yeah, you know, Dark, I can understand that the scanning mechanics between the Prospector and the Mole solo are kind of brutal. You know, so, you know, the Prospector really, if you're going to solo mine, they really seem to have gotten the scanning mechanics in a way where the Prospector seems to be kind of the best way to go for solo mining. Stan says, very new to the game, less than a week now, got a Prospector. I keep blowing myself up. I find it difficult to control the laser intensity with the mouse wheel and to keep it green. Any tips? Lots of tips, Stan. First of all, you should have a Lancet MH1. Second of all, fire a Brant. Get a Brant, a BRANDTD. Those will also make a huge difference. But if you have to have the mining laser head, you have to have the Lancet MH1. That's going to significantly reduce your the madness for the laser, you know, the laser intensity jumping. So that's a good thing. And then you just want to fire Brants, BRANDTDs. So like as soon as you get into the optimal window, it's Alt-1 whenever you have one of those attached to your laser, and start there, because that's going to be a huge. That should make it where it's very manageable, Stan. You know, and there is some getting used to it for sure. Shadowcatcher, nice to see you. Good morning, Shadow. How are you? All right, we got some hundos, and we should have some hundos in here, you guys. This was a 50-40, 49-31, you know, so we should have, I mean, we should get a little lucky here. Hopefully we've got some decent breaks. We'll see. That's just a 10%. We're going to be discerning on the laser. Baxter, I am out in the Aaron Halo, and so I'm going to do a couple trips to the Halo today, and then maybe a trip over to CRUL2. We'll have to see how that goes. Ooh, that other rock is right over there. I got to be careful. So, what's this guy? I'm just kind of curious. Alex says, has your volatile timer ever ran out? Sure it has, Alex. And I mean, you know, occasionally does, and occasionally it doesn't run out, and things get a little grumpy or sideways. But not very often, right? I mean, I think Mass was saying that happened to him not long ago, you know, where he just kind of was flying around and everything seemed all copacetic, and boom, up his ship went up. So it does happen from time to time. Of course, you know, I definitely have ran out of time before, you know, but I've also, you can jettison the cargo though, guys. If you think that that's going to happen, you know, you could always jettison right at the end, and that's never a bad thing. So we're sitting here at 19 SCU. We're going through the rest of the rocks. We're looking for hundos. We don't know how clean the rest of this broke up, but we're just kind of looking to see if we can find some more 100%ers. There's one. So Matt says, once in the green, feather it up, power and down. Try to keep as much control as possible. No rushing. Yeah, rushing's a big thing, you guys. That's a very good point, Matt. You have to be super duper, you know, just not in a hurry when you're mining. And there's a lot of people, I think, that, you know, you get out there and it takes a little while to find something, and it takes a little while to break something. And they just, you know, it's one of those things where you definitely just want to take your time. You know, I agree with that 100%. Stan says, is there any hardware components like a throttle? Oh, yeah, there are tons of those, Stan, where people feel like they articulate better. Some people use ones on their joystick. Some people use, like, the Virpil things. I mean, there are definitely some. You guys, we're so close to a hundo, but none of these, I don't think any of these rocks broke clean enough. Oh, there's one more over there, though. Did I miss that guy? Oh, no, it's 100% quartz. That's a 14%er. Oh, you guys, there's an 18. We're not going to get a uni out of this. What? Oh, no. That's okay. One of these rocks was a pretty good one, so we're not going to do too bad. Let's see if we Oh, we didn't even get a mulligan uni out of it. Well, whatever. 31.66 SCU. Very nice rock. Very nice first haul of the day. Let's go ahead and set route. We're just going to back away here. And we are going to go ahead and pivot. And we're going to go ahead and head back and try and throw this stuff in the hopper. What the heck? 31.66. She just didn't break quite clean enough, guys. All right, and I'm going to spin just off to the side, just a touch, as this guy gets ready to go. And off the CRUL1 we head. I find it much more controllable using my flight sticks for my throttle. Thank you, Shadowcatcher. Ken Oliver says, I've had a harder time finding good rocks post 17.2. Ken, you're not the only one saying that. That's why we're out doing a little looking around today to see what we get. Sandy says, only V gets unicorns. That's not true, Sandy. I haven't found a unicorn since 3.17.2 dropped. Oh, I've had some pretty good. I think I did have a unicorn. The first one. It stops the timer. Once you store the ship, yep, it stops the timer. Just scroll wheel on the mouse anytime. Great place to learn mining here. Yeah, Stan, if you have questions, please, I want you to feel. Let me just state this, Stan, in case you don't know. Please ask all your questions, and do not be bashful about your questions, Stan. That's why I built this channel. As Mass knows, and a lot of the veterans know, the entire reason this channel exists is for people like you, Stan, who have questions. So please do ask all your questions. There are certainly some other controls out there. There are different types of control options for moving the, for articulating the laser intensity. And I think you'll just have to try a few out and see what works for you. I've never had the counter run down. I blow myself up on a break. Oh, Stan, yeah. It's good. Once it gets into the red, Stan, you have to turn your laser off. Just as soon as it goes red, turn your laser off then. If you're kind of in that, Danny Peltier says, pounces into the stream. Hey, Danny, how are you? Nice to see you. Alex says, watching you really helped out my mining. Thank you, Alex, exactly. Is all Halo the same? I just figured it was random chance all over the Halo. Ken, it is more or less a random chance all over the Halo. I tend to go into Halo in a couple places, right? I'll fly from ARC-L1 to HURL5 and drop out. I think it's around like, just don't quote me on that. I think it's around like 7.7 if I go from ARC-L1 to HURL5. 7.8, I think. But from here, CRUL1 to ARC-L3, I drop out in the neighborhood of 11.5, 11.4. And so those are the two places, Ken, that I usually mine in the Halo, and I have pretty good luck there. So, and I never hesitate sharing where I have good luck, and just because I could go out there and find rocks doesn't mean the next person will, and vice versa, I use them. Ooh, 6-3 says, I use a mole and you regularly get about 50 SCU of quant. Sadly, about half the rocks are still not scanning. Yeah, I've heard that. And I will say, 6-3. I was talking about that earlier, I think, one of the things I noticed in the past is when there are events going on, and I've mined so much, you guys, I can tell when there's some anomalous behavior. I do think when events are going on that the unscannable types of rocks go up. The only thing is there hasn't been much 3.17.2 without events being on. So I definitely think the unscannables are up, but I think it has to do with resource pinching that's going on for the events a little bit. And I don't mean that in a mean way. I mean, I think it's just kind of, I see an uptick. For instance, if I've mined for a long time, but then all of a sudden there's a Ninetails or a Jump Town, I see an uptick of unscannable rocks during the event. And it's probably server resources or something along those lines. But anyways, it'll be interesting to see once the events die down if the unscannables pick up, kind of deteriorate a little bit. Good morning, Dave. How are you? Relay Logic. Good morning. How are you? Nice to see you guys. Mass says, been averaging 23, 24 more SEU. About 6 mil away from ARC-L1 towards CRUL1. Yeah, that's a good place too. Danny Peltier says, I'm doing great at the moment. I usually do from CRUL1. Try and drop between ARC-L3 11.8 and 11.6. That's cool. Man, I love it when we have this big information exchange about where we all like to mine and how things are going for us. It's fantastic. All right, we're heading on in here. I have not heard first alarm yet. First run of the day was pretty good. I literally came out of Quantum, got my opportunity markers out, and then literally just scanned one rock, and it was a set of doublers for Quantanium. So I got a little miner's luck this morning, you know, for sure. Hey, War Bishop, how you doing this morning? Hey, I love your 2-degree trick. Thank you, War Bishop. That's awesome. Ken Oliver says, can I send a link in chat space? Sure, man. I mean, if it's as long as it's nothing egregious, brother, go right ahead. You know, for sure. Juan Carlos, hey Juan, nice to see you. You know what? I'm not doing too bad. You know, I think if you probably have kept an eye on the channel. You know, a little bit going on in life, but you know what? We're just, you know, we are trying to put our best foot forward, making the best of it. Being happy warriors and fighting like hell, you know, when we need to. So that's what we're up to, sir. All right, you guys, I brought this in. I have heard first alarm. Let's go ahead now. We want to set this down. You always want to set her down gently, especially after the alarm's gone off. But just in general, it's never a good idea to slam your Quantanium load on the deck. She's a little unstable. So we'll do a post here and go down and throw this guy in the hopper. Good, very good first run today. Relay says, I have been mining between CRUL1 and Mike L3. Not bad. Yeah, good place. Danny Peltier says, and a trick I received for when a server becomes too populated, the rocks start to become unscannable. So I've told to either, yeah, you know, that's a good point, Danny. I mean, you certainly can server hop a little bit and look for low pop servers. And to be honest with you, if you're just going to be mining, even though the ping will be a touch higher and you'll have to watch it closer, you might consider an EU or an Aussie server too, if you're in the EU, or vice versa, you know, depending on what region you're in. If it's the off hours for a different region, maybe server hop and look for a little bit quieter server. So Ken Oliver says that shows all the distance of the halo from different points. Yeah, I think Seastone has you know, something like that as well, you guys. A really, really good thing. Oh, a little bit of a hiccup there, but not too bad. Let's go ahead and... Oh, My prospector's in claim. I don't like that. Well, I guess I'm going to run down real quick and see if for some reason it is recognizing it's on the pad. So let's run down and see if, you know, because it said it was on, or it said it was on the hanger. So let's run down and see if I can actually put it in. So yeah, one of these things. Now sometimes you can run down and it will still recognize it as being in there. So we'll have to see how this goes. I mean, it's one of those things where we already had first alarm. Now the elevators, fortunately, are working in our favor for this type of stuff, right? It's still they're moving a lot faster. So let's go see if we can offload that stuff. All right. Danny Peltier says there are all different bands for the Air and Halo. There certainly are, and definitely different people have different feelings about the different bands. And by the way, 22 likes you guys already this morning. Thank you so much for the likes. I really do appreciate it. That's awesome. Cool. All right, what do we got here? Let's just kind of see how we do. See, it is recognizing it there. And so, yep. So I'm just going to go ahead and we're just going to do a Dynex here. Get the quote and confirm. Now, the one thing that this probably won't do is when we get back up to the ship. Hey, Drake. Drake says, happy mind, I got to get back to work. No problem, Drake. Thank you for dropping in, sir. For sure. So the one thing that will go on with the Prospector, though, without being able to store it, is the fact that it will have the alarm on. So I'll go ahead and I will try and power cycle and see if that turns the alarm off, because now it's empty, right? I definitely know it's empty. But the alarm can stay on once it's been in claim. even though we've cleared off the, even though we cleared out the stuff. So very good first run, you know, somewhere around, you know, almost a unicorn, 31.66 SCU on our first run this morning. So very happy with that. You know, got a little miner's luck. First rock I scanned in the Inhalo was a 4940. And generally those are almost auto unicorns. So she didn't break quite as clean as we wanted, but you know what? We're not going to complain at all. So I'm going to head back up here to, if you look here, you can see it says that it does see the vehicle at hangar 1, which is why I knew that it would, you know, which is why I knew that it would work as far as the refiner goes. But you know, we're gonna head back up here, and we are going to see if we can just power cycle to get the alarm off, because the alarm will still be going, I think. All right, little sip of coffee there. Delish. All right, climbing on up into the old prospector. Yeah, I can hear the alarm already. So it's interesting, right? I shouldn't, the alarm, you know, of course, I've moved all the stuff off into the, I'm just wondering if maybe I can power recycle, right? All right. Nope. So this is going to be interesting. So let me do this. I'm going to go back out. I'm going to call for a landing. I'm going to come back in and see if I can store. Because we're not going to fly around with the alarm with that on. I also did try to just see if jettison would work. We're going to back on out of here. Yeah, I did. I tried jettison, Nate, for sure. No big deal. I'm just going to go ahead and call for landing again. I think. Maybe the doors have to close. Yeah, I did try jettison war for sure. Relay Logic says, it sounds like Relay saying he had to claim when he had this issue. Jettison the cargo. I'll do that. There's my jettison right there. All right. Let me try and do this here. I'm just going to do one thing. I'm just going to kind of... Let me just kind of, like, just head away and head back. Because I'm just kind of curious. Too close. Yeah, I was able to refuel mass for sure. I was able to post and everything. So I just want to get the alarm turned off. And so maybe if I just, you know, I am calling for landing again, but it doesn't seem to. Here, let's go. We'll go watch the doors again, and let's just see what happens. I haven't gotten them to say like, hey, that request has already been granted, but you can see you can definitely see the doors open again. So I'll just go land again and run down and see what's happening. Maybe they'll let me store now. It says volatile. So maybe. all right. Well, there we go. With the mining laser out, I was able to kind of clear it. So that's good. Well, that worked good. All right. Nicely done, War Bishop. Good idea going into mining mode. All right, I had the same when the refinery job didn't stick. Oh, interesting, Insane. By the way, Insane Lobotomy, welcome to the channel. Love the name, by the way. That's awesome. Darkside says, my prospector does not have saddlebags. Yeah, no, those have been missing a little bit for different people, like on this one side, like I noticed. Now, mine still has them, but eventually, I noticed this side in particular won't have the saddlebags at all, Dark. All right, you guys, that was kind of an interesting thing. Let's go ahead and head back towards the air and Halo and see what we got, right? So, I did want to make a couple runs into the Halo today because, like I said, a lot of people have been saying, hey, V-Man, the Halo's just got so many unscannable rocks. And so, I thought we would just kind of see how it goes. Now, the first time we went out there, we had a little miner's luck. Literally, the first rock I scanned was Quantanium. That won't happen again, I'm sure, you guys. All right, Ken Oliver says, it's nice to have those things yellow versus blue. How did you change that? Ken, that's the Errol Grey Cat armor set. Actually, if you type in !yellow, all lowercase yellow in the chat, it will actually speak to that a little bit, and it will take you right over. I think it'll give you the link to the yellow icons video that also that I did that talks about that. So good question, Ken, and one I get all the time. Jettison the Cargo said, Jojo, I missed the hey, Jojo, how are you? I'm looking back now. You guys, I was a little distracted. Jojo said, Jettison the Cargo. Jojo, how have you been? Nice to see you. Yeah, good morning. All right, you guys. This is awesome. All right. So, yeah, just you did just like that, Ken. I'm pretty sure you should get it should pop something up here in a minute. I think. I thought it would. Let's see. The yellow icons come from the Grey Cat arrow. There you go. Yep. Hey, Relay says, I found a nice uni the other day. 45.49. Good stuff. I just got 31.66 that I brought on board, Relay. It was, I thought it was going to be a uni, but the last couple rocks didn't break super clean. So we're headed back over to ArcL3. Once again, 11.5. 11.4 in that area we're going to drop out, and we'll see how it goes. First run was very, very, very successful. All right, so here we find ourselves. This has been crazy days of life. Yeah, I hear you, Jojo. I've definitely had a lot of that going on too. Found a uni the other day. Yeah, that's awesome, you guys. So. Errol armor. Yeah, it doesn't really matter what Errol set, you guys. It doesn't matter if it's the blue or the yellow. But as long as you have the helmet on. And remember, the last really important trick is if you first buy the helmet and put it on, you're not going to have the icons. You have to go back to menus and then back into the game. So, 28 likes, you guys. This is awesome. Thank you so much. All right, so let's go ahead. I'm going to go ahead and turn up my velocity a little bit. Let's get the mining laser out. Let's go ahead and roll back here to a 179 scan. I'm going to start moving forward, and off we go. All right, plenty of opportunity markers up this way. So let's go ahead and send out our first collapse ping here at 2 degrees. That's an E-type. This one's in range here. What's that? That's a Q-type right there. You guys. Oh, so I'm going to roll back to a 90 scan. And go ahead and just ping out, and then, we'll just kind of see how it goes, for sure. And of course, that doesn't mean there's anything to mine over here, but that looked like there was at least a single, maybe more. And we'll go ahead and take a look. Looks like it's just going to be the single rock as I approach. Maybe. Oh, no, there's 2 there. So another doubler, but we'll have to see what they have in them. The luck of the streamer, you guys. Sorry about that. I definitely have put in my time. But yeah, I'm getting a little lucky, I guess, for sure. I'm not gonna lie. All right, this doesn't mean that anything's here is worth mining though. So let's go ahead and take a peek. Oh, hey, I got this guy in a. So this is not going to, that's a blue cap. What about this guy? This is also a blue cap. So a couple of blue caps there, you guys. For sure. And we're going to keep on moving. All right, 179 scan reset, right? There's an opportunity marker out there. Pretty good distance. We have to close to 12.2 if we're going to get any scan results. Hey, Mach 1 Greeble, how are you? This is probably going to be an unscannable here. Insane Lobotomy says, I do this mostly in uncoupled mode, less hydrogen usage, and I only need to go to the ones that are Q-types. I only fly to the ones that are Q-types as well, Insane, and I definitely understand what you're saying with uncoupled mode. I've had a little bit of a situation where a couple times uncoupled because I wasn't looking. I ran into rocks, so I just kind of, I don't, you know, it definitely, that's a comfort level thing, and I can appreciate that. Gotta go mining with V, he has all the luck. Oh, Nate, that's hilarious. Blue caps are 2%ers, guys, just like the... That's what I call 2%ers. The history of the blue cap, yeah, that's funny, Worship, or War Bishop. So when I was a kid, Mom would send me to get milk, right? And I would, you know, she would always tell me to get the blue cap, which is the 2%, you know, 2% milk. And so that's where blue cap comes from, you know. If they're 2%ers, they're blue caps. It's kind of a colloquial term that I've adopted. You know, kind of a very channel specific. Got a few of those. Now you can see, look guys, I'm getting some unscannables, right? But the one thing I will say is now that I know that I'm getting unscannables, you just have to kind of keep muscling your way through. I tend to find they run in bunches, right? That's how I like to say it. Like when I hit 1 or 2 unscannables, normally I'll get a several, you know, and I just keep flying towards my you know, my quantum marker, and then just kind of fly out of it. You know what I mean? So you'll see this a lot where like there's a Q type there. Good. Let's go ahead and roll back to a 90 scan, and we'll see. We'll keep that opportunity marker on, and we'll fly up and see what that is. Hey, Telehane, good morning. How are you? I use slower speed, helps with fuel consumption. I can appreciate that too, Jojo, for sure. All right, you guys. Let's go ahead and see what we got. I can see this single rock coming up here. For sure. That's not going to be a good one either. That's definitely going to be a blue cap. Yep. All right. Now, what about this guy here? If we collapse the scan angle. All right, what about this one right here? Okay, we'll keep it moving. Mach 1 Greeble says, I used it coupled a lot for drifting between rocks. It makes sense, you know, you just have to push and then you don't have to use a lot of fuel that way. It really does make a lot of sense. It's probably something I need to get a little more comfortable with. But I think, yes, I think it absolutely makes a ton of sense to do it that way. Ken Oliver says, I've been doing brief quantum jumps and jump again. Yeah, you know what? I definitely, if I'm going for a while and I get to like 75% hydrogen or something, those are usually my indicators that I might want to do a mini jump. And, you know, I think mini jumps are a great idea. You know, from time to time just to shake it up, especially if you have a lot of unscannables, which, you know, hey, I'm getting some, you know, I mean, and this happens in mining. You know, it's kind of always happened. The real good news is we don't have to fly towards anything that doesn't. Back in the day, you had to fly up to every rock and scan it just to see what it was. And many times you had to fly up to it to realize it was unscannable. You know, so at least we have today a situation where if they don't give you scan results, you don't have to approach them. And I like to take full advantage of that. All right, there's some more Q types there. Let's go ahead and roll back to a 90, and you can see the 90 will just kind of keep the opportunity marker in front of you as you approach, and so you can, you know, you're not going to rush towards the rocks and actually crash into them. Yeah, Greg, it's the Aero Gray Cat Aero Gray Cat helmet is what you're looking for. And so that's the one that gives you the yellow. You do have to buy it though and put it on and log back out to the menus and then come back in order to get it. So I see a couple rocks here. Hey, Rui, how are you today, Rui? Nice to see you. How have you been? Yeah, and Relay is going to do you guys a favor and help with the yellow icons. I get asked that question so much, I decided to automate it. It's a great question, you guys, and I know that people have mentioned before, like if they're colorblind, it makes a huge difference for them. So I've had a couple of colorblind people thank me for making the yellow icons video, and I didn't understand. It makes a lot of sense when something makes it that much easier for you. So here's another couple of just blue caps here. That's a 2%er. This might be slightly better than that, but not much. So yeah, that's a 3%er, right? So we could kind of tell there that they weren't going to be great. Rui says, always okay. Love it, Rui. That's awesome. All right, here we go. We're going to move forward. All right, you guys, we got some more opportunity markers and plenty of them. M-type there. What about this one here? Unscannable. What about this guy here? That's an M-type. Got a couple up this way. Without getting too far off course here. Oh, I got myself over my skis a touch. I definitely like to just keep flying in the same direction. And the reason I like to do that so I don't accidentally go back and scan the exact same rocks. I mean, it's an important thing not to do because you will. I definitely have been guilty of that, and it does happen for sure. So Mach 1 says, yeah, I'm colorblind who asked. That's awesome. I mean, it's not awesome, obviously, but it's awesome that there's a solution is what I mean by that. E-type there. Twin Alice, how have you been, Twin Alice? Nice to see you. I think it would be better if we could customize the colors. I agree with that, Twin Alice, for sure. Rui says, found any pirates while mining on Lyria? Was lucky because my org was nearby. Yeah, it's definitely good to have a group that's ready to help. Oh, there's some Q-types there, you guys. We'll fly towards that. And, Mass says, I gotta find a better keybind for my scan angle. Currently, it's Alt left scroll wheel. I like the Alt left scroll wheel myself, Mass. That's what I've been using, but I can understand that. Sig needs to fix prospector radar. No, I don't disagree. I mean, a lot of the scanning mechanics and radars and things need more work, Danny. I agree with that. Greg says they're usually at cargo center stations. Oh yeah, the cargo centers. Is where you're gonna find down where you'll find the Gray Cat aerial armor sets for sure. They're in a couple of other places as well, but the cargo centers are, at Bajini or cargo center at Trust, those types of places will be really good here. All right, so let's kind of put the brakes on. Let's see what we got. All right, this is not going to be a great rock here. Another blue cap, more than likely a 2%er, but we'll look at it. All right, what about this guy? Also not a great rock, another 2%er. All right, we're going to keep moving. Yeah, it's great in mining mode. It doesn't zoom, which is, yeah, if you're out of mining mode, it's not a great mechanic at all. It will, you'll end up kind of mushing yourself against the canopy. I agree with that. Rui says, anyone know where to buy Surge module? I know you can buy Surges and Stampedes on Microtech at Shubin Interstellar. There's other places too, though, Rui, for sure. An unscannable there. What about here? Unscannable there. This was an E-type. All right. And lots of them. All right, you guys. Oop, didn't mean the 90 scan. Get the 179 scan going, and boy, a lot of opportunity markers down this way. I think these are ones I already flew towards, so let's keep moving. Surge modules at Lorville. I put on a big backpack and bought a bunch of them and brought them to the local refinery. Yeah, definitely it's always good to centralize that stuff. Refineries definitely have them too. Yep, absolutely. There are surges and stampedes and all sorts of consumables at the refineries. You know, and so I can't recall exactly which refineries have the surge, but you can definitely look that up. Google it for sure, and there are good resources for that stuff. Alrighty. Unscannable rock there. Now, the second flight out here, the first flight out we found 31.66. The second flight out here, you know, we have had to work at it a little more, and we did find some Quantanium, but nothing, you know, I think almost 3 or 4 different different amounts, but you know, nothing worth mining. So we're certainly putting in a little time and effort over on, you know, this time. All right, how about this guy? That's an M-type. What about here? That's a P-type. 12.2 is a good distance. And those aren't going to give us any results back. No problem. We'll keep on moving. P-type. I normally will, when I'm using those terminals, I normally will put it into the local of the, myself, I'll put it into the local inventory. I'm so used to kind of getting stuff out of the local inventory. But it is cool that you can put it in backpacks or in your ship specifically. I mean, obviously, if you know you're going to be hauling stuff, definitely put it in your ship right away. So you can just haul it, you know, you don't even have to move it around then. Alrighty. What do we have here out at this distance? Non-scannable. Alright, we're cruising here. There's a 179 scan right there. All right. Flying by that one rock is kind of right. So funny. It was right in the way there as I was trying to get a scan out a little further. Will they ever get scanning fixed? I miss active scanning at a distance to get total mass. Greg, they'll get scanning fixed, and they'll have certain ships that are absolutely fundamentally better at scanning, and that's going to happen for sure. They're going to get that, you know, they're going to have a cool scanning mechanic, I'm sure, at some point where the ships that are designed to do the scanning will be able to do the scanning. Twin Alice says, mining on CRU a 1 to ARC-L5 path is very good, but somehow I never get more than 20% Q. Maybe I'm not lucky. You know, I think it's just kind of luck of the draw, you know. I think if you're near in Halo, I mean, it's just one of those things where, you know, you're going to find good rocks, or you're kind of not. And definitely, Alice, a lot of people have been saying they've been having a harder time finding good rocks out here in the Halo. And I got a little miner's luck early, but, you know, working a little bit, you know, myself here. So, it's, I think with the event, the one thing I've said a lot is with the event going on, I have noticed, like, when I'm out doing lots of mining and then, like, the Nine Tails or the Jump Town event or those things are going on, that there just becomes more unscannable rocks. It's a thing. And so I think that there's, I do think that the events are playing into some of the server resources. And I think that they're causing some additional, I'm not saying, it's all of the problem, but I have a feeling that some of the problem is that there's a lot of resources going towards the events. And I just notice when there are these events going on that the unscannables just tick up more. And the thing is, in 3.17.2, we haven't had a moment where there were, where there were no events. They've just been kind of going and going and going. So, which is cool. War Bishop says, thinking of buying the Prospector with real cash so I can get a jump start. I don't recommend tons of ships for real cash, but I have no problem recommending the Prospector for real cash. I think it's a ship that just absolutely opens up the rest of the game. You can print money with it once you kind of get started, and once you kind of get the hang of it. And so if anybody's going to invest any money into Star Citizen, I'm always the type of guy who thinks a Prospector is a good choice. Backstar says, what tell you it's a rock worth mining once you know it's a Q rock? It's the percentage of Quantanium in the rock, Backstar. That's what tells you. So, you're looking for like a roughly around a 4,000 mass at 40%. That tells me I'm going to have 32 SCU of up to 32 SCU of Quantanium in it. Now, I may not break that cleanly, but that's what you're looking for, something like that. So that's an M type there. That's a P type. That's an E type. Cool, all right. We're cruising on by here. I'm gonna go just a touch faster, a smidge faster, not a whole lot faster, but just a little bit faster. Just noticed your con panel, LOL. I bought mine, best purchase. Yeah, I think I can't agree. I mean, like I said, there's not a ton of ships I recommend you go out and spend a lot of money on in Star Citizen, but I have no problem with the Prospector. I think the Prospector is an absolutely, obviously you need to enjoy, think you're going to enjoy mining. It's an important part of it. But if you think you're going to enjoy mining, it's a great way to make money in the game. Twin Alice says, yes, I did mining. How much I got? So it took a lot of spending on fuel. Yeah, and you will spend a little bit on fuel as you kind of look around. All right, not getting the scan result there. Nate says, an alternative to buying the Prospector is picking up the Expanse next time it goes on sale. You get the Prospector as a loaner. Oh, that's a very cool idea. Yep, that's a good point taken. And the Expanse is going to be that mobile refinery ship, so a cool gameplay loop in and of itself when it comes out. Ken says it's more efficient than rock mining. The one thing I will say though is, really, it's always good to do what you enjoy. I mean, I love rock mining. I think it's fun. So more than anything, now I like Quantanium mining. Everybody kind of knows that. But if I enjoy the rock mining loop more than the Quantanium mining loop, even though it didn't make as much money or wasn't as money efficient, I definitely would still Quantanium mine. It's just kind of, I enjoy this gameplay so much. All right. Oh no, Tella says I had to RMA my 3080. Oh, Tella, what? Oh, and I've been Jerusalem mining on a laptop. Feel my pain. Tella, that's not good. Oh man, I definitely, have always, especially, I mean, you think about it. I mean, the video cards were so hard to come by for a while. Yeah, that can definitely be a thing, By the way, I use my mold. That's why. I think back to Prospector seems, yeah, I mean, I just think, it's always personal preference between them. I have lots of people who advocate for mole mining or solo mole mining on the channel, and I don't, they're ambitious, there's a lot of ambition. It takes you know, it's a little bit more work, I think, but obviously you have a little bit more reward, right? So that's the cool thing about that. All right, we'll keep on moving. How much did I start with after the white? Well, Rui, it was a little bit of a moving target there. You know, I started out with, the first time I logged in, I think I had like 31 million. Then I had 1.2. Then I had some other amount. And then I had like 700K. And then I had like, I don't know, 1.6. So, but I spent some money along the way too. It was a bit of a mixed bag there when it all got started. That's for sure. All right, I'm going to keep on moving. So I've had to put in work here, you guys. I mean, the first run I came out here, you know, it was just bingo bango, you know, no problem, found Quantanium. And I have found Quantanium out here. I'm probably almost at the stage where I want to do a quick mini jump, right? Sometimes if you've been flying around for a little bit and you just have had no luck, I think we are. I think we're at the stage where I'm going to maybe scan this one last opportunity marker over this way. And then let's just do a quick mini jump and see what that gets us. Nothing going there. So it's never a bad idea if you've been kind of flying around. So let's go ahead and spool this guy up. I'm really only going to jump for about 5 seconds or so. So a little mini jump and we'll kind of come out of this and... All right, let's just see if that's going to help at all. All right, oh, couple of opportunity markers over this way. Rui says, I started with 61 mil, bought some ships. Yeah. No, I don't blame you. There's an E-type. I don't blame you for that. Carrick was a good choice. Nicely done. M-type there. All right, we're moving along here. There is a cluster that's not going to give us anything. Pirates at Lyria. Oh, boy. You having that problem right now, Jojo? Your luck is about what it's been for me post 17.2. Yeah, you know, like, it is what it is. I mean, you know, I've always had to put in a little work at mining. It's never been fast. It's never been automatic. You know, it's like sometimes you go out there and it's 5 minutes, and sometimes you go out, there's Q-type right there. Sometimes you go out there and it's 5 minutes, and sometimes you have to go out and do a little work. It's kind of always been that way, at least for me. And that's why I always like to, you know, a lot of times it's like when I make videos of me mining, I just give you the whole thing because I don't want people to have some misconception. There are lots of times you have to spend 30 minutes or 20 minutes flying around looking for rocks. Shot me up good. Sorry to hear that, Jojo. Did they ask you for anything or make any demands, or did they just shoot you? Because you know. All right, what do we got here? Single rock, for sure. Not a good one. Yeah, a lancet and a few brants is really all you need. That's for sure. Well, and it's just, Greg, you know, what I have been saying about the unscannables is that I noticed that there's a correlation between events and unscannable rocks. And 317.2 has not had any time when there haven't been events. You know, very little in between on events. And so it's just one of those things that we do see a lot, you know, is, is when there are events, that there are more unscannable rocks. It'll be interesting to me if the unscannables stay the same after there are no events going on. Because there's just resource pinches. It's just the correlation I've noticed having mine for, getting on almost, a year and, oh boy, I'm getting close to 2 years, I bet. One of the reasons I don't like Lyria, too many bored people and no permanent rep damage, yeah, for blowing you up. I've been kind of more using the Halo myself lately. Was wondering if maybe a few more people on the servers and that kind of a thing would mean that. It doesn't always necessarily mean that, but I always wonder if the pirates make demands or not, because if they just blow you up, then that's not really piracy per se. If they're just blowing you up, then it's with no demands, then one of the reasons I don't like Lyria. Yep, exactly. I got you for sure. Z Pilot, I found shooting rocks sometimes brings them into existence. Z, that's interesting. I haven't messed with that at all. Maybe the next time I get a great big cluster that is unscannable, I'll fly over to it and just kind of hit it with the rock. I've never had that happen. I mean, back in the day though, you used to kind of hit the rocks to try and make them, there's P-type. Didn't stay around to find out. Oh, fair enough. I see. So did you manage to get away, JoJo? That's awesome. Nicely done. P-type. There's another rock there, too. Cruising along here. Used to boop, then yeah, I use that trick a lot, Z Pilot, on Lyria or that type of place. I never really had that work out for me in any of the space mining stuff. Definitely would wake them up, try and get the server to find them on when I do planetary. And there's a Q-type. It looks like there's a couple of rocks there too. So let's go ahead and see what we have here. Keep that opportunity marker out in front of us. Yeah, I quanted them right away as I turned to when full power they started shooting. Yeah, nicely done. Kind of gotta keep your head on a swivel. I've seen Pilot with a couple surges and stampedes. Yeah, that's a little bit of more of an advanced mining technique to use the surges and the stampedes, but lots of people use that, and it helps kind of break bigger rocks. There's a lot of different there's a lot of people choose different ways to mine, and that's what I love about mining. It's got options, for sure. All right, this is not going to be a good rock, and that is not going to be a good rock. So a couple of not great rocks. This is going to be a blue cap here, and I'm sure that's going to be a blue cap there. Ryan Beck says, hey Ryan, welcome to the channel, by the way. Is there any game loop for Bexelite? I can't ever seem to find it. I mean, it's 44 aUEC refined with less pressure of quantum. Ryan, yes, I would head over to Aberdeen. Aberdeen is going to be one of the best places to mine for non-Quantanium. You're going to find Bexelite, Laranite, and Terranite on Aberdeen. And either one of those three are going to be worth grabbing. I mean, so if you happen, yeah, exactly. Like Matt says, I've seen it on Aberdeen, but not sure how efficient. It's on Aberdeen. And the other, like I said, because there's no Quantanium on Aberdeen, you have less, likelihood of like Quantanium kind of, being the spawn there. So you have, Bexelite, Laranite, and Terranite, and any of those that are in decent quantities are going to be good. What's funny is Bexelite is actually going to be going to be your best choice for stability. It's going to be the easiest to mine. Hitting that guy over and over, and I'm not getting anything. Maybe got ourselves in a little lag spike here. Yeah, Ryan, definitely do it. Yeah, you know, Aberdeen's a good. I mean, it's a bit of a soupy planet, but you know, there's very good resources there, and you could pick up any of the three, like I said, Laranite, Terranite, any of that stuff. That's an M-type. It's an unscannable. It's an unscannable. That's an E-type. Alice says, mining Q for 8 hours. I got around 1,572 SCU. Now it's time to get some sleep. That is awesome, Alice. Nicely done. Good runs right there for sure. All right, you guys. These guys are right above me, right? But I don't think they were scannable. We'll go in and try that technique where somebody said I shot the rocks to wake them up. Just because they're right here, we can just kind of do that and have a little fun. I normally don't have any kind of luck like that, but and I don't think these are Quantanium rocks by any stretch of the imagination. Yeah. Normally when they're unscannable, this is kind of what happens. You don't get any love out of them. All right, we'll keep on rolling here, you guys. Oh, there's Q-type there. Let's go ahead and roll back to a 90 and see what we got. All right. Once you kind of get back to the 90 scan, you can kind of just ping, ping, ping and keep the opportunity marker out in front of you. Looks like this is going to be a single. Oh, nope. It looks like more than one rock there. So, cool. Second one drew in. And this one is probably not going to be great. It's a 4%er. What about this guy? Also not a great rock. A 2%er. Okay. Lots of opportunity markers. P-type. Unscannable. Unscannable. M-type. Matt Cando says, any booms so far today? This is Drac. No booms today at all there, Drac. Just kind of sailing around looking for some Quantanium to mine. Did have a really nice run our first time out, 31 SCU, 31.66, but since then, kind of came back out to the Halo, and she's definitely been a little quiet. All right. Got to keep her foot on the gas here. I am getting some blue cap love this run. You're absolutely right. It's, I probably scanned I don't know, maybe 6 or 8 Quantanium rocks, and all of them have been unscannable for sure, or the ones that are scannable have been not great. All right, nothing happening there. We'll keep moving. Moving along here. Hey, Shorts, says Solitude Guard. Are you having as much bad luck as I am with unscannables? 90% or more of the rocks I come across are unscannable. I don't know if it's as high as 90, but, there certainly is a big fair share of them. And I've been speaking on that quite a bit. I think it has to do with the events that are running. I think that those are pinching a lot of the server resources. But, I certainly did come out and find something right away, and got a little miner's luck the first run. In good news, though, I managed to find a new working NQA terminal for drug runs today. Oh, nice! Sold 4 SEUs of Slam for 25K profit so far. That's cool. I like doing those small, like those small runs or whatever, small cargo runs. That's cool, man. Nothing going on there. Nothing going on there. Okay. Alrighty here. Let's see what we got. There's an M-type. All right, you guys. I think I am. I'm gonna spool up for I spool up for one more mini jump here. Let's just see if we can kind of shake the can and see what sprays here. All right. All right, a few opportunity markers here. Let's go ahead and take a look at what we got. That's an M-type. That's an unscannable. That's an M-type. Just a touch too far. We'll move in on it. That's a cluster that won't scan. That's a cluster that won't scan. And what do we got here? There's a P-type. Well, like I said, I have had a lot of people coming to the, talking to me and coming to the channel and saying, hey, we're seeing a lot, it's a lot harder work out in the Halo lately. And I certainly got lucky with my first, group, but I'll tell you, the second one has been, having to put in the work here for sure. It's not like I haven't seen this. I mean, certainly I've seen it before, but I can tell you, overall, I don't believe it's been as efficient as it was in the past. I mean, it definitely is one of those things where, You know, I've gone out enough to know that it's definitely a little slower. Solitude says, yeah, the unscannable rec has been bad lately, just opting to Bexelite. Oh, wow. So Solitude's to the point where he's doing Bexelite. Laranite seems so uncommon in the asteroid belt. Laranite's very uncommon in the asteroid belt. You know, like I said, Aberdeen, you know, like that would be the secondary place because you get the Bexelite, Laranite, and the Terranite. You know, things there, but you wouldn't run into Quantanium there at all. P-type. I found 349% yesterday at Lyria. Oh, that's pretty awesome. 349%ers. You know, if you find yourself kind of blowing up rocks a lot, guys, as soon as it gets into the red, you just need to turn off the laser. As soon as it jumps into the red, you need to turn off the laser. Now, that could be, if it's all of a sudden going from like below the green and jumping up into the red, then you maybe have some ping or some other issues like that, or you want to make sure you're using a Lancet MH1 and a Brandt. It should not be able to span the entire optimal window in one jump if you have a Lancet and a Brandt going, even if it's a 100% Quantanium. You know, it should not be able to span that at all. So, you know, if you're blowing yourself up, go with a Lancet and a Brandt for sure. And then as soon as it gets in the or close to the green, fire the Brandt. And then if you're still blowing yourself up like it's just all of a sudden jumping up into the red, there may be a ping issue going on or something like that, because when you're using the Lancet and the Brandt, there's not enough room to you know, there's just not enough the laser intensity won't get wild enough for it to actually sorry, I was distracted there for just a sec. Will not get wild enough for it to actually span the entire optimal window. Twin Alice, thank you so much, Alice. That is so kind of you. That absolutely, you know, as I've mentioned before, helps keeps the lights on over this way. Helps keep me, you know, in some good coffee. I'm gonna need some coffee. You know, I need some coffee today, man. With these scan results so far. But you know, thank you so big. And you had an awesome mining day, so thank you for sharing the love, and of course, always love having you on the channel. I hope that you get yourself some rest. Okay, it sounds like it's well deserved. There's a P-type. We're gonna keep our foot on the gas here and go. You know, once we kind of get through the second run here in the Halo, we're gonna. Hey, there's a Q-type there. We're gonna go ahead and we are gonna, and it looks like I can tell from a distance it's not gonna be great unless there's more than one rock there. But yeah, we're gonna go around to a couple of other areas. So thank you, Alice, so much. I truly appreciate that. And that is awesome. All right, another blue cap, you guys. We're just, I know it is. I'll fly in and at least get the results on it, but I know it's not a great rock. Two percenter. Moving on. Insane Lobotomy says, mistake I see rookies make is not returning the miner laser to 0 after the first break. Oh, they start the second break on full power. Yeah, that's making sure that you're reset back down to 0 is very important. I agree with that 100%. Mining should be hard work. Don't get me wrong. Yeah, you know, I don't disagree. I don't mind that it's, yeah, I mean, I enjoy the process, you guys. I mean, I'm having a blast out here. Now it is, you know, I'm trying to speak to what people have been saying, like, hey, it's been a little slower for them. But I mean, I am having you know, this is my jam. I don't mind out here scanning rocks and looking for good rocks to mine. It's blue cap, Baxar, with a P. And that means it's a 2% rock. That's funny. Bax is like, what's that? What do they say in blue cat all the time? No. That's funny, Bex. Drac says, I'm willing to work for every boom. I know it's you, Drac. Whenever there's a capital boom in the, you know. All right, you guys, we're keep on looking here. E-type. M-type. What's this guy up here? All right, nothing. We'll keep on grooving and moving. Alice, thank you so much. New hand miner, appreciate that. That's awesome. No problem. I appreciate that. That's awesome. All right. My ears don't work well anymore. Yeah, no worries, Bax, for sure. I get it. All right, you guys. That's P-type. Opportunity markers up this way. A little bit of an unscannable there. 44 watching. Alrighty. Alright, that's an unscannable there. We're collapsing on this guy here. That's an E-type. Couple more up this way. Closing in on this guy. We'll fire it at the... There's a P-type. All right. Roll back, reset, and have it. Take a look here. Okay, got some other opportunities there. What do we got? Unscannable. P-type. M-type. Unscannable. And we'll kind of keep our foot on the gas here. Yeah, that's... Somebody like that mash fun. You're right about that, Matt. It's awesome. Alrighty. Ooh, boy. It is. We're putting in the work today. That's an E-type there. Cool. All right. The old grand reset here. There's an M-type cluster and a good one. A lot of rocks over that way. Wow, a lot of opportunity markers all of a sudden, which is good. Unscannable. 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 See what we have here. That's an M type. Oh, that was interesting. All right. Several M types there for sure. Hey, there's Q type right there. Let's go ahead and get a 90 scan and head on in. All right. Keeping the own opportunity marker right out in front of us. There she is there as we kind of approach. Good rock this is going to be, you guys. This is going to be a good one. Let's go ahead and go get a good close look here. Yeah, this is a 5032, not a bad rock. Boy, we sure had to do some work to get this guy. Let me go ahead and pivot this way. Relay saying, "Hey, Bax, you know, you're talking, you know, too many loud things." He's like, "That's so funny." Oh my goodness, that's funny. That's funny, Relay, for sure. All right, well, we finally found our second rock over this way. Holy smoker doker doos! She took a minute. Let's go ahead and get this guy broke down, and see how it goes. So we've, of course, we got the Brants on board. And this is a 5122 by 32. So, you know, 320 times 5. This is around 30 SCU. So this is a nice rock. And we're just going to go ahead and pop some energy into this guy. Now, I thought we'd have, after this run, we'll head over to CRUL2, the B cluster, and we'll take a look over that way. And then potentially, I wanted to try around potentially around the asteroids around Yella as well. Maybe around that way. And then we'll have to see how we're doing at that time. No, Schizoid. The timer hasn't started yet because I haven't began scooping yet. So whenever you Quantanium mine, you need to break down all the rocks, the first break and second break. And then as soon as you begin the extraction process, the timer would start. Now, I have this volatile cargo detected thing going because I couldn't store my ship. Drax says, there, feel strange using the other name. Yeah, Drax. What are you doing? You got your secret identity going. It's awesome. All right, so we're building a little energy into this guy. It is a 5122 mass, so that it does take a little bit longer. For this is the maximum mass you're going to find in in space, but we'll break this guy just fine. Hey, Philip Hoffer, how you doing? Nice to see you, Philip. How have you been? Bexar says, can you explain the projected SCU formula? Yeah, so, if you have, a mass of 1,000, that's 20 SCU. So, for instance, with this, if you take, let's just go let's say it was a flat 30%er. So you have like basically 3 times 5, right? A 1500 of it. So 300 at, times 5 is going to be 1500, right? And so, now it's slightly better than that, right? It's slightly better than that because it's 32% and it's 5122 mass. But that's kind of, so if you have about 1500 mass, it's going to double up by the SCU. So that's just kind of, this is going to be roughly around, depending on how clean it breaks, around, 30 SCU when we get it broke. That's a good sign. That's going to be 100%er right there, 99.9, yep. That's going to be pretty good too. 45. Tina Peterson, where have you been, Tina? How have you been? Nice to see you. All right, so we got a 75. We got a 46. I'm surprised I didn't remember that. Right? And then we got this guy. So, Tina, I hope you've been well. I've definitely, I know that you've been busy in life. It's nice to see you. Thank you so much, by the way. That is so kind of you. Look at the unicorn, too. Tina's, that's awesome. All right, you guys. We are going to go ahead and drop this. All right, we got a 45%er here we're breaking down first. Oh, well, good for you, Tina. That is fantastic. And you know what? Do that. Enjoy life. That is wonderful. That's wonderful to hear. Happy for you. Do you think mining at Lyria or in space is more profitable? Blackjack, I'm kind of leaning towards space right now, but I'll tell you, I haven't spent enough time on Lyria since 3.17.2 dropped to make a very good definitive answer to that. But, I always do lean towards the space mining myself. But that wasn't the case, in 3.16. So, I probably would be in a better place to make that decision in a couple weeks from now. Hey, Mr. Zai says, good to hear that, Tina. Wish you the best. That's great, Tina. Glad all is well. Yeah, there you go. Relay says, you go. That's exactly right, man. Do that. Enjoy life. That's what it's about. Oh, don't even worry about that, Tina. It is just fine. You know what? You just make yourself happy 100% in life. That's having fun is always, the precedent for life, So if there are other ways you can have fun, have that fun. Clive? How have you been, Clive? Nice to see you. Tella says, I think the Prospector is more profitable belt mining. Argo, best profitable on Lyria in terms of time spent solo. With the crew, it's a bit different. Yeah, that's absolutely true. What Tella's saying is, I couldn't actually agree with more. If you're solo mining in the Prospector space, if you're solo mining in the mole, you absolutely have to go to Lyria. Because that's the only scanning meta where it's going to be more than one rock is Quantanium, right? So yeah, it's definitely dependent on what ship you're using. And certainly, if you're going to be doing some organization mining or some group mining, there's nothing going to really Lyria is going to be your best bet by a mile, right? Because there you're going to possibly run into the big 7,000, 8,000 mass rocks, that type of thing. All right, let's go ahead and just be discerning with the laser and see what we get here. There's a hundo right off the bat. I like it. In the halo, you are alone, not getting shot as much as at Lyria. That's very true. All right, there's a hundo right there. All right, 10 SCU in those 2 rocks. Good start. Bane, how have you been, Bane? Nice to see you. I haven't seen you in a minute. Bane says, I know you don't make as much mining for titanium and gold, but I couldn't find anything but 2% quant, so I tried others and made pretty good selling. That's the thing, Bane. And I agree. You can make money doing other things. And I'm glad that you found that you could mine other things and make some profit. There's Chair too. Hey, Chair, nice to see you. Hi, all. So I have not done any mining yet in the new update. Is it about the same as the last one? I think people are saying it's a touch slower, Chair, but it is what it is. I mean, it's it's all kind of relative, right? I mean, oh, Jojo, maybe it's time to head to the Halo. Did you, sometimes you might want to jump. Well, I guess this time, did you get out of there, Jojo? I'll try space mining later this evening. Thanks all for the tips. No problem, Blackjack. Thank you for joining today and asking. I love it when people come and ask questions like that. Clive says, looking forward to starting with the ROC mining, then Prospector afterwards later today. Clive, that is awesome. I'm just kind of enjoying a day, just kind of doing some Quantanium mining, really enjoying myself. All right, you guys, we're down to the last few. There's another nice hundo. And this is going to get us up there, All right, what about this guy? Another nice hundo. Ah, they let me go. Oh, that was nice of them. Bane, yeah, right. I mean, I use brands. I use the FLTR-XL. Tina, did I get a ship owner yet? No, I haven't yet. I actually have been kind of really busy these last couple weeks in life with some family things. And so I need to kind of get the ship giveaway. And I hadn't seen you around either, and I wanted you to be around for the ship giveaway. So I think we're going to do that soon, like maybe this next weekend or something. Maybe you and I can chat about it. And if you're not going to be around, don't you dare worry about it. But I did want to make sure that, you and I chatted before I did it. And so, just even if it's just, a quick text over Discord or something. So no big deal there. But we're going to be giving the ship away soon. Feefers, how you doing? Mr. B, how you doing? Is Star Citizen more of a single player or a multiplayer? Excellent question, Mr. B. I think Star Citizen is definitely something that you can do solo, but I think you have the most fun if you have a good group. I mean, you're going to have way more laughs and way more opportunities for laughs if you hang out and get in an organization. And you don't have to be the most active or crazy in the organization, but I think you're going to have a lot more fun organizationally. But that being said, I mean, I solo mined for months in Star Citizen and never really thought twice about it. And enjoyed my time doing that. So good question, B. Yes, they know I'm a Space Shorts fan. Oh no. Well, there's 2 runs right in a row, you guys. 31 plus SCU, which is, hey, not... the second run was a little bit of work, but you know what? We're 60 SCU if we get this back to the hopper, okay? So we'll go ahead and see if we can do that. I'll begin spooling, and off we go. War Bishop says, can anybody join that ship giveaway? Yes, War. What I'm going to be doing is I'm going to have a video where I announce the date and time that I'm going to do a stream. And it's been really, not to be, too much about it. It's been really hard for me to do that lately, but things are hopefully going to settle down on more of a schedule here for the next couple weeks. And so I'm going to have I'm going to make a video where I announce the ship giveaway. And once I do that ship giveaway, I make that announcement, it's going to have it scheduled. Hey, Matt, nicely done. Love it. It's going to have it scheduled a certain date and time. And if you can make it to that stream at that certain date and time, anybody who's on the stream that time, will qualify, for it. So that's the way that we're going to do it. Chair McLovin says that Mr. B, I would say I've had more fun with friends, but I can have fun in the game by myself also. That's a great way to say it. I mean, I've had way better times, super huge laughs with buddies, and have met some absolutely fabulous people in Star Citizen, and have been, it's a little bit of an older community in a good way. So yeah, but I will also say that you can certainly play solo and have some fun as well and enjoy it. First mining's not been too bad. I flew the very first run. I flew out. I literally did a scan. Got opportunity markers, and the first thing I scanned was a nice rock, a nice set of doublers. The second time I had to fly out was work. So it all balances out, right? So we're on our way back to the hopper with our second run. But we should be, if I get this in there, we should be 60 SEU in the hopper. War Bishop says, cool. Mr. B says that Chair McLovin was playing EVE Online ages ago and searching for a new alternative. Mr. B, the one thing I will say, Star Citizen is not a polished game. It's still an alpha. But it is a fun, enjoyable experience. So come aboard. Come hang out with us. Like and sub. And if you have any questions about kind of anything Star Citizen related, we're happy to answer them for you, for sure. Guys, we hit 50 likes too, by the way. Thank you so much for the 50 likes. I really appreciate that. It's awesome. Plenty more time to stream today, which is great. And hey, Sander Little. Nice to see you, Sander. How are you? Tella says, I logged out yesterday in the mole on Lyria, logged in, and with the 3,800, 49% right for me. That's awesome. Tina Peterson says, being in an org is fun when you find yourself trying to kill friends while seated in a mining ship using a laser as a weapon. Yeah, exactly, Tina. That's funny. We've had an org event a couple times where we chase people around with the mole as they're trying to run from one place to another. And it's kind of like a War of the Worlds almost type of thing, like when like those ships kind of are trying to hit you with the beams. We try to hit you with the beams and with the mole, and that's been a very fun a fun night with the org. The mining lasers are not they're deadly. If they hit you, you're done. That's funny. Doing well. Hope all is well on yours and everybody else's end. Yeah, nice. That's very nice, Sander. Miss seeing you, Sandra. Glad you're doing well. That's awesome. All right, you guys. In we go. JoJo says Dune, yeah. All right, I have not heard first alarm yet. I'm going to drop this gear. Rotate the VTOLs. I'm on my way in here. We're going to call for landing in just a sec. It normally tells me to go to this one down here. It's so weird that I'm not getting a hello. Come land over here. Well, hey, Thomas, how are you? Nice to see you. How easy is it to meet people? Oh, yeah, the servers are a little bigger now. Mr. B, it's not hard at all. Honestly, it's not hard. It's not difficult to meet people. It's a really fun game. And it has its quirks. And, one thing I will tell you, if you're coming into Star Citizen thinking you're going to get a polished experience, don't expect that in the most respectful sense. It's not a polished experience, but it's a lot of fun. It's a lot of fun with playing with different people. And it's just one of those things, Chair McLovin says, at Mr. B. I played to be one as well a while ago, but was playing Elite for a little bit there. Update broke the game there. Lost interest in playing. Yeah. What is THT, you guys? I guess I'm not 100% on that one. I probably should know. All right, here we go, you guys. I'm just going to go ahead and try and set her down. Nice. Here the door is shutting behind me. It's definitely getting... oh, I had some repairs to do as well. Got the... Allie Moore. Welcome to the channel, Allie. Clive says, any ideas for the best places for rock mining? So, Clive, rock mining, you want to either go to Aberdeen... or you want to go to, say, one of the poles on Damar. You know, I think that those are going to be your best places for rock mining. You know, so Aberdeen is going to be a really good place to rock mine, but also a sneaky good second is like the poles on Damar have good quant mine, you know, good hadanite as well. Allie Moore, how are you? For sure. Welcome to the channel, you guys. 56 likes. Thank you so much. And so for some of you new faces, please do like and sub and come back and hang out. We love answering any questions you have about the game, about Star Citizen in general, but the mining loop as well. Yeah, you guys, you can see it's I'm claim again. You can see it's on Hangar 1, but it's claim again. You know, so I'm going to go down and I'll run down and I will go ahead and I will do the refining again. But I'm going to, I think I might actually end up having to claim, which is kind of interesting because I don't want to at all. I definitely don't want to claim. But I'm running out of brands, you know, so... If I claim, what I'll do is I'll just throw 3 brands on there and be done. You know, I'm not going to, if, you know, it seems like it's kind of the meta today. Like it's not allowing me to store the ship when I'm landing it. So, and it's not also giving me the audible thing where it says, hey, you know, go ahead and land. Allie says, good video. Thank you, Allie. Appreciate that. For rock mining at Aberdeen, remember you need a hot suit armor. Yes, like the Pembroke. That's a good point. You definitely will need an environmental suit if you go over there. Mass, are you saying like you know you kind of have to you had to claim? Is that what you're kind of hitting at there? All right. Get quote. That's cool. All right, you guys. So you know what? Even though it's, you know, it was a touch slower that time, we still now have 60 SCU in the hopper for you know, for the day. I don't know. That's a good question, Moonraker. I wonder if it would force store if I pulled other ships. I think that's an excellent idea. I might try that. I'd have to claim a couple of other ships over this way, but that wouldn't be too bad. The other thing that I could do is claim my other prospector, because I know it has nothing on it, you know, and bring it over here. And just leave that one out. Clive, as far as quant mining goes, you know, you're going to have the Aaron Halo, CRUL2, or you know, one of those types of places, like CRUL2, like the B cluster, or the Aaron Halo, of course, is great. HURL3, but sometimes you're going to get at HURL3 some PvE stuff going on there. I don't think I can, Mass. That's the thing. Well, maybe if it's on the pad, I can. Can I? No. See, that's the thing, right? It's on the pad, but it's in claim. So I can't. So I'm kind of in a spot, you know, a little bit of a spot, right? Where I, you know, I've come back to this place twice, and both times it's been claim. But it says Hangar 1. I think what I'm actually going to do is just pull the Prospector 2. Because this one's just on Area 18. But I would only have the Goliath drive then. Yeah, it's just... the only thing I'll lose is an FLTR-XL if I claim on the one on Hangar 1. It's fine. I mean, it's just... not exactly, what and I went out of the hangar the last time and tried to call for a landing. Hard to say. Why don't I'm going to head up to Hangar 1. Why don't I try and land on one of the pads and see if, see if there's any difference there. We'll mess around with it a little bit. And then I'm going to head over to CRUL2 and we're going to do a little mining, but I want to see if I can get this worked out because this is I've had this happen more than once now, and I don't want to have to claim when I'm on pads because of the mining consumables that I like to use. So this is going to be us just kind of, for science, we're going to see if we can figure out a way around this. Should be able to go to the hangar and fly out. Work release, I did go to the hangar and fly out, but what happened was when I flew back in, it was still in claim. Like I haven't been able to so cola cakes, if you hit !rig, !RIG, just all that will tell you what my specs are on my machine. Try to spawn another ship first. Oh, that's a good idea, Chair. And I will do that. Claim the Dragonfly. It's a short time, then retrieve it. That's a good idea, you guys. I'll try to... How do I make friends to mine Mole with me? Ryan, that's a great question. I mean, you can certainly find some organizations that, lots of people love to jump on a mole. So, Ryan, look my Discord up and friend me. We'll talk about that. There you guys go. That will tell you my rig right now. I am going to go try a pad right now, Relay. That's exactly what I'm going to do. And like I said, this is kind of for science, you guys. I use auto land on stations and it let me store. And I definitely could try auto. I can't remember. I think it's N, right, to auto land. But it is recognizing it on the pad. That's the thing, right? Oh, here, you guys. I need to kind of back my way out here. Alrighty. I think there's a pad down this way, right? Let me look around just a touch. All right, there's a pad right up there. All right, let's head up there. We'll go up here and drop it on the pad and see what happens. I also wonder if I block a hangar, if they would pull the ship in. So, I'm just experimenting here. I'm definitely just experimenting here some. So hold on, let's just do this for a second. Let's see if it gets grumpy if I go in here. It says it's like, hey, you're blocking a hangar. You're not allowed to do that. I'm just kind of curious if it will do that. Nope. Yes. All right. Let's see if it pulls in my vehicle this way. I'm just kind of curious. Like, can't store from pads, only hangars. Yeah, I knew that, Moon. But I was wondering if I just kind of, I'm just going to see if I can get this thing impounded and pay. So, are your containers gone? No. But yeah, they're going to impound. So this is kind of a potential workaround here. So let's go ahead and see if they impound me, and I'm okay with that. I mean, I can deal with it that way. No, Now let's see what they did with my ship. Hold on. All right, we're getting... All right, let's see if I... They pulled it in.
Welcome to the aUEC vehicle retrieval system.
Pay fine. Okay.
I'm sorry. That vehicle is currently impounded.
Yay! Well, you know, I mean, occasionally, I'm all right with it. You know, that works. All right, you guys. I did want to swap out some gear here anyways. Jeremy Levin says, yes. You set up a work order. How's your alarm still sounding? Yeah, Tina, it's because it was in claim. You know, I had that happen the last time. I actually had to go out and pull out the mining laser and jettison, even though nothing was on board. So, you know, it's acting funny. I can at least replace the Brant here, which is kind of the thing I wanted to do. It's like, you know, so that was the reason. All right, so I got a Brant. I'll just stick with what I got then. I know I have a fresh Brant on there, and that's all. I'll use the 2-1 first. That's fine. And let's go ahead and pull this out. Let's head over to CRUL2B, okay? And we'll do a little mining there and see how it is there.
Vehicle selected. Stand by.
Was just weird lighting for a second. Yeah, it was strange for a second there. Not always easy to find friends on the game because you start the game. Yeah, but there are plenty of orgs and lots of people who are always looking to kind of group up. For sure, you guys. Hangar 1. All right. What? What on earth? Jeez. She's up there. Can I? What? Oh no. Wait. I jumped and clicked. You guys, I jumped and clicked. That's so funny. I jumped and clicked and it worked. That was so... Oh my stars in heaven. This game sometimes, it never ceases to give me chuckles. Oh boy, was that funny. All right. So we're heading over to CRUL2, but you do want to head towards ARC-L3 for just a hot minute. And that's because if you don't, you gotta fly right through Crusader to get there. So you don't even have to fly that far. I mean, just like 1,000,000 or something. But I just tend to find, here's what I like to do. So just so we're all on the same page. So I'm going to get out of here. I'm going to spool up the drive. We're going to start heading towards ARC-L3. And off we go. So as soon as we take off here, and I get down to like the low 18s, I'm just going to give it a second to spin up. Relay says those wonderful SEXs. Yeah, that's funny. For sure. So now I'm already immediately going over to CRUL2. And I'm hitting the B cluster and hitting set route. And as long as it says, I can already drop out of Quantum. So that's why we're doing that. You know what I mean? We just want, you can almost see, if you see, there's Crusader right there, and there's CRUL2. We're just trying to get out of its way so we can have a direct shot. And off we go. And you can see us kind of swing past Crusader here. Tina says, at Clive Hughes, it's easy to find playmates in SC. Just be open, friendly, and respectful. Yeah, and yeah, exactly. If you're jumping on an elevator, you know, click it extra. You know, yeah, exactly. Just be cool. Clive Hughes says, unfortunately, not always easy for friends. That's why I normally end up playing. So I understand, Clive, for sure. But you know what, Clive? I'm sure you could always look me up on Discord, send me a shout, and I would, you know, we can chat it out, and I'm sure we can, you know, find you some people to play with if you're interested in it. I promise you, you know, I mean, as long as you're respectful and you know, and kind-hearted or whatever, you know, as much as you can be, most people have no problem grouping up. So we just flew past Crusader there. There it goes. We're coming up to CRUL2. This is one of my kind of favorite little places to mine now. CRUL2 in this B cluster has been really good to me. And so we're going to fly over there and see how we do. And once we do this, then, you know, it's going to be pretty open, friendly, and respectful. So what do you recommend for old grumpy dude like me, Thomas? Yeah. Well, you know what? Old grumpy dudes are okay too, Thomas. I mean, you know, there's a lot of older miners that, yeah, I mean, you know, old grumpy dudes are cool. I don't have any problem with that. That's funny. Big sip of coffee, big sip of water. And so we're headed towards CRUL2 now. And we'll just have to kind of make a quick adjustment here to fly towards CLUL. This B cluster is the one that has stuff in it. If you try the other ones, there's nothing in there. There's always mongrel squats, says Greg. Yeah. Always respectful, just want to play Star Citizen. Yeah, that's the thing, right, Clive? Really, it's what I recommend to all people. Prioritize fun and enjoyment first. If you can't prioritize fun and enjoyment first, then, you know, you're doing it wrong. That's for sure. That's always have fun. Why, oh, Dave, I prefer grizzled old grumpy dude. Yeah, there you go. I'm all right with that. So, guys, when I'm here at this B cluster, I prefer to look at the C cluster as my quantum, you know, as the place where I'm going to use as my marker, right? So, you know, my quantum marker I set to the C cluster. That way I'm not facing the sun, which is over this way. Usually. Yep. So if you notice here, like by having this as my you know, kind of marker here, the C cluster, and that's what it is. It's the C cluster. You know, I don't face the sun while I'm moving forward. Sandra Little says, anyone know if I can get both Lancet and Brant module to... You can, Sandra. At ARC-L1, you can get a Lancet and Brants for sure. That's where I like to go to get that stuff. Philip Offer says, there are a lot of old grumpy dudes in SC. I'm 60 and not that grumpy. Well, that's awesome. Guys, I turned 50 Monday, by the way. So yeah, I mean, I'm with you guys. I'm part of the team, right? You know. Oh, you guys. All right. Yeah, can you believe that? 50 years young on Monday. I can't believe it. So, all right. So now we're just kind of moving along here, and I'll go ahead and pull out the mining laser, and off we go. Look at all the opportunity markers, you guys. Holy smoker doker doos. That is an S-type. You will see S-types here, which I really have never flown in on one and looked that closely. That's an unscannable. Well, let me rock back to the 179 scan. All right, we got some other opportunity markers here. That's an E-type, by the way. 55 on the 14th while. That's awesome. Another Leo there. I'll take that for sure. Tina says, I'm never going to pass 25. Yeah, I did that for a while, Tina. I was 29 for a while, then I was 39 for a while. Now I think I'm going to be 49 for a while. I did that a lot. Delahane says, nothing worse, more stressful than a mole full of quant, 15 km off the refinery on approach, volatile alarm going off, and your Taco Bell lunch is not getting the back. Yeah, that's so funny. You know, you got DoorDash or something coming along, bringing you food, but the Quantanium marker's going. It's always... Hey, thanks, Mace, for sure. Drac says, please go look at one of those S-types so we can see what's in them. We can do that for sure, Drac. There's an E-type. That's not a scannable rock. That's an S-type. All right, we'll fly over and look at this S-type just for Drac. How about this, though, Drac? Let's see an S-type cluster so we, you know, not just a single rock. When we see an S-type cluster, we'll head over that way. Happy B-Day. Welcome to the Over 50 Club. Thank you much, Relay. Appreciate that. Monday is my 30th wedding anniversary later this month, and is my wife's 45th birthday. That's crazy, Greg. Synchronicity, brother. That's fantastic. No, that is funny. That's really funny right there, sir. You got married on her birthday and an anniversary. Holy smoker doker news. You did it right, man. That's funny. That works, and thank you very much. No problem, Drac. Happy to help. E-type there. Hi again. Hey, Allie. How are you? Nice to see you again. Thomas says, people say life after 50 is downhill. Thank God, because life before 50 was up. Yeah, I understand what you mean for sure, Thomas. Now that looked like more than one. We'll fly in on these. Drac has to see what's in these S types, so let's kind of go see for them, and we'll do that. Easier to remember if it's all the same day. Yeah, that's a good point, Drac. Or if you forget, you're in much more trouble, though, Drac. If it's all in the same day and you forget, oh boy. Now that looked like, I almost think that said copper, you guys. That is interesting. S types. Let's see here. A lot of copper in that guy. That can't just all be copper though, right? Let's get a scan result. Titanium, copper. What about in that guy? Titanium and copper. That's what's in S types. What about this guy? Ah, the joke is she isn't 45. Fair enough. Yeah, you know what, Greg? I'm sorry. I should have been a little quicker about that. It's your 30th wedding anniversary, and she just turns 45. Yeah, that doesn't... Now that you think about it, that is fishy math, Greg. I should have picked up on that sooner. That's hilarious. That's a good joke, man. And I'm sorry I was thick on it. That is always... That's hilarious. I should have been quicker on that math, Greg, for sure. I blame myself for a little distracted there, and that one went right over my head. And I'm always trying to be respectful to people too, so I wasn't really thinking about what you said. Oh, that's funny. That is really funny. Oh, that's good math, sir. I like it. Well, we're getting some unscannables here for sure, you guys. Holy smoke. Tina says, good fun. Oh, girlfriend needs me. Be safe, guys. Have fun, fly safe, and hit that like button hard. Tina, thank you for just spending a little time with us. You just enjoy your days in life, okay? Every one of them, make them the most you possibly can. I'm so happy for you, and I hope to see you soon again. But no, you just stay happy, and you do that stuff. And thank you for saying hit the like button hard. See you around the way, Tina. Enjoy your life. So Beetlehead says, imagine mining in the Halo. I've been running into more bugged rocks than functional ones. It's definitely, you know what, Beat? I don't disagree. I mean, there's a lot of stuff going. There's a lot of rocks right now that are not necessarily given a result. And I'm gonna stand by at least until they stop. The events. I'm going to stand by my thought that maybe the events, are pinching some of the server resources, and so I hope that it does calm down a little bit. There's an E-type. All right, we're going to keep moving on. Relay says, have a great day, Tina. S types equals L cheapo. Yeah, that's a good way to look at them. Right there, Drac, for sure. All right, you guys. That guy's not giving any results, and off. We'll keep on moving here. Shorts, how far away do you think we are from mining and trading guilds that we can get contracts for? That's an excellent question, Solitude. I would really like to see, here's what I'm hoping, Solitude, is kind of the door opener for that. I had noticed that they're in the, and we just did, Zell and I just did a deep dive into the monthly, the roadmap roundup and the monthly report and that type of thing. And they talked about how they're doing some trade UI stuff, right? Where we think what they were hinting at is some kind of trade UI stuff. where it's kind of like the refueling UI, but only it's between traders. And I can't remember the exact line item, but it was basically like UI for trading. And of course, the cargo refactor is coming, right? So I do hope, like right now in the verse, if you want to go trading, right? If you guys want to trade, it's one of those things where you have to go to like someplace and buy. And so, and by the way, I'm going to take the long way around, Solitude, on your question here. Sorry about that. But you have to go and buy stuff, and you invest your money. So you have to, like let's say they have Laranite or Titanium or something at one of these places. You have to spend your money, like up to millions, you know, to fill your cargo hold to go trade that for a profit margin, right? I do hope that with the cargo refactor, they have what are called faction-based, you know, hauling runs, meaning you don't have to invest your money. You've built up your faction and they're just trusting you with the cargo. So when you go, you just kind of go there, you get filled up with the stuff that they want to give you. You're not spending any money. It's just like, you know, oh, there's a Q type. It's you know, something along those lines, right? Where you have instead of it being a trading run, it's a hauling run specifically for a company or for. And so I do hope that is the key to it. Also, from that point forward, moving into more like like mining and mining guild type things where they're like, hey, you know, could you bring me back a bunch of aluminum and we're paying way more than market value or something like that. So I do hope that the trading kind of stuff, that the advanced trading stuff that's coming up with the cargo refactor feeds into that, and that actually. So, you know, if I were to guess, it's still down the road a little bit for something like that, Solitude, or the processed food that sells same everywhere despite our court being so popular. Yes, they definitely need to do the Quanta needs to do a better job at kind of making sure that there's shortages in some places, or you know, it's like I remember back in 1988 when I played Elite, the old Commodore Elite, right? And I loved going to like agricultural worlds and buying agricultural products, and then going to like corporate worlds or more technological worlds and selling them food, and then taking and buying computers at the corporate worlds or the technological worlds and taking those to back to agricultural worlds and selling the computers. I mean, you know, that type of thing. So I agree, there needs to be a little bit more, more ups and downs in it and that type of thing. So I'm missing a few chats here. I'm having a lot of fun mining copper, gold, and titanium in my mole. I haven't sold any of it yet, though. That's awesome, Beetle. Right now, my biggest issues are Quantanium ref is 88 per unit, no matter where you sell it. Yeah, it is kind of an immersion-ish kind of thing. I agree with what you're saying. Mass says, at Solitude, maybe Pyro will be more immersive in that sense. That's a great point, Mass, for sure. Chair says, the cargo is not going to be in the game till 3.18. Yeah, the cargo refactor is scheduled for 3.18, unless there's some kind of a change, but there hasn't been a change yet. Something caught my eye there in the, I just don't know, I want to read into it in the, where they said they'd stop some, okay, there's a Q rock right there. Let's go ahead and pull back to a 90 scan and go take a look at this guy. It's not that P-type right out in front of me. It's this other one. The Connie just tickled the sci-fi geek in me. Yeah, the Connies are great ships. The Taurus is one of my favorite ships in the game right now, for sure. Ultimately, I would like to see the mining gameplay loop end at a refinery and then you outsource a trader to haul. Oh, Solitude. That's what I was talking about. It's that type of thing. I think they're like, maybe you can negotiate like with the trader, the things that you want, like I would agree with that 100%. I would love to see somebody who wants to just like, I would cut somebody in if that's what they want to do, so I wouldn't have to do I don't mind doing the hauling part, but I would happily cut somebody in for sure. This looks like it might be more than one rock, you guys. All right, let's take a look. Space break. This is going to be a decent rock, probably. 5%? What? There's a lot of red for 5% there. No big deal. This is going to be a better one. Maybe. 14%. Yuck. No, it's not. You're making me look bad. Those aren't great rocks. All right, original Elite, great. I started playing Elite BBC. Yeah, that's what I'm talking about, Clive. You know what I'm talking about. I had it on the Commodore 64. It was Braben's Elite, way back in the day. My favorite game. My dad used to get so grumpy. Go outside. What are you doing with your life? It's like, Dad, I'm space trading, man. I mean, I've been space trading forever in that game. Chair McLovin says the Taurus is good for service beacons. Let me get out of the way of this big old prospector killer up here. I would love to see them expand the hauling industry all around. Yeah, good point, Moon, for sure. I agree with that 1,000,000%. I just want people to be able to pick up cargo and haul it for people where they don't have to invest all their money. You know, I just would like to see that kind of a thing, because then it's just kind of pure profit without as much risk in a way, where you're not out, you know, kind of millions on the most profitable stuff, and that there's a grind system, right? Because we all know that there's going to be very, very like wealthy people in any universe that are willing to pay whatever to get what they need right now. I mean, I was reading this article about how, you know, and not to knock on him at all. I mean, if you got it, you got it. I mean, I respect it, actually. But I know, like, Johnny Depp, you know, like, I read this one time, he's like, I want this wine from this place or whatever that's, you know, but they didn't sell it internationally. So he, like, put an aide on a plane to go get the wine, you know. It's like, you know, and you know, so, you know, I think he had the wine basically back at the house within a day or two, you know. It's just like, you know, sometimes people are just going to pay top dollar for something, right? You know, so I do want there to be where, like, if you've grinded rep with, like, some kind of a hauling company, for there to be these exclusive contracts that are just, you've earned them because you're a trustworthy, you know, source and that type of a thing, where there's, you know, are these hauling runs that are just, you know, that are worth a lot, you know, but you don't have to pay your money except for what you have in fuel and that type of thing. Solitude says at Relay, I pledged to Taurus so I could live the life of SE as a trucking industry. Yeah, that's a great thing to look at. I am looking forward to the Raylan someday. Right now, the Taurus is my absolute recommended Quantanium hauler. I think it's, you know, it's a gunship. It's, you know, it's got tons of missiles, tons of firepower. You know, and I love the Taurus. Is literally one of my favorite ships in the game. I do wonder, though, like, you know, a little bit about the Raylan. I love that 320 SCU. It's supposed to be a little bit of a blockade runner. So, hey, Gray Peter. Gray, how are you, man? Nice to see you. And Grifter, how are you doing, Grift? Welcome to the channel. Lots of rocks look good lately, but turn out to be worthless. Used to be able to tell just by looking if it would be good. Now I get a lot of disappointments. Gray, I have had lots of people coming to the channel, Gray, with the same issue. And I've experienced that myself today even, right? Like, it's so funny because I had a little miner's luck first run. First thing I scanned was a nice rock, but the second run was a little more challenging, you know? And so there are lots of unscannables. I'm still not, like, I'm the type of person where if I scan it like this, if I ping it several times and it doesn't give me a scan result, I'm moving on. I'm not even flying towards it, right, Gray? But you're not the only, like, so many people have said that, Gray. And so it does lead me to believe, and you know, I've had some family stuff going on, so I haven't been able to play as much lately. But I have experienced it a little bit myself today as well. So, you know, it does seem to be now, Gray, let me ask you this, because I know you've been a miner and you've been mining in Star Citizen for a long time. I had always seen a correlation between events like Ninetales or those types of events, Ninetales or Jump Town or you know, that type of thing. And so the resource pinches in the events and more unscannable rocks. And one of the things I'll say about 317.2 is there hasn't been, if you think about it, one time since 317.2 that there haven't been events or things happening, as far as I know. So I do wonder if that's playing a role, you know, as far as in having so many rocks that are unscannable, because they're definitely there. I agree with it. Solitude says Andromeda for when I'm worried because Jump Town. Yeah, oh yeah, the Andromeda's like that's a true gunship for sure. Great ship, Andromeda. 100% agree with that. And Andromeda for more heavy firepower, that type of thing, and the Taurus is definitely more of your hauler. Grifter says, I'm newer to the game. 1 month in, I have a Prospector and a Freelancer Max. Grift, those are two excellent choices. Looking to bring up the ability to haul more Q for my payday. Yeah, I mean, Grift, what you want to do is just, you got to kind of get familiar with the scanning metas to find the Quantanium. And yeah, man, that's going to be a big part of it, is locating the Quantanium as efficiently as possible. And it does seem to be a little bit slower time, you guys. I mean, it is. Too many people are saying that it's slower for them for me to deny it. And it's been a touch, even today, like I've had, I've gotten lucky. I've had some miner's luck, but I've also had situations where I have lots of rocks that in a row that won't tell me the types, that type of thing. Yeah, the Andromeda can hold 96 SCU, Jojo. But that's the difference. The Taurus can hold 174 SCU because the Taurus is the cargo variant of the constellations. But the Connie can hold 96 SCU. That's 3-1 for Prospector run, so that's still nothing to sneeze at. Thomas P says taco time wins over mining. Yeah, I've had a hankering for some wings today. I don't know where I'm getting that from. I think I had that hankering yesterday, too. I've had my best luck on Lyria lately. Yeah, Lyria is an excellent place to mine, Grift. You really, Grift, if you've got yourself a Prospector and you've got yourself you got yourself a Freelancer Max, and you're going to Lyria, and you understand that anytime you scan more than one rock, it's Quantanium, you're on the right track, sir. You're doing all the right things to maximize your opportunities, for sure. Now, the only thing you'll probably, have is, it's a reasonable thing to say, is you will run into rocks that are kind of, pretty big on Lyria, and you might not necessarily be able to mine them. But other than that, I mean, you're nailing it. I mean, there's really, you could try the mining gadgets. I tend to find that if, that they do work a little bit, but not great. There's a P-type. But yeah. Hey, Dwight McEwen. Yeah, it's a combination of unscannable rocks, hard to find QT rocks with small percentages leads to frustration. I don't disagree with that, Dwight. You're definitely not the only one saying that. Gray says, yes, that may be it. But I was more saying I could tell by the very thin green band, there used to be mainly very good, but now not worth mining at all. Oh, yeah. Well, yes, that's it. I mean, you're finding, it is. I think that's exactly what Dwight's saying, too. It's that he's finding ones, but there's also, there's less, the ones he's finding are less profitable as well. Doe says, had wings last night, hit the spot. Yeah, Doe, man, I definitely have had a hankering for wings. I don't know where it's coming from. That is for sure, you guys. I usually don't mess with gadgets. Oh, I can appreciate that, Griff. If you're on Lyria, though, and let's say you have a Lancet and you find the 6200, right? That's just out of your range for a Lancet. If you go through a Bormax on there or a Wave Shift on there, you're going to be able to mine that rock. So, it does give you an opportunity if things are like a bridge too far. You can absolutely mine that rock still and recover the thing sometimes, and it's worth it. So there is something to be said for at least learning how to do it and having them on board. You may not use them, but if you feel froggy and you happen to come across that one that's just out of your range, like a 6300 at 36% or something, you're like, oh, I wish the Lancet just won't mine that guy. So you could run out and throw a Bormax on there or run out and throw a Wave Shift on there, and you probably would be able to mine that guy. And so that's why I would recommend at least having them on board. 70 likes, you guys, by the way. This is awesome. We're on our way to the 100 likes, and that's just always fantastic. And of course, yes, what Beetle's saying is exactly right. There's also, once you get familiar with the mining, you can always go with surges and stampedes. And surges allow people to break. If you look at the surge stampede technique, You absolutely can break big rocks with Surge Stampede. Now, the secondary breaks become a little bit more difficult to manage, so it's a little bit of an advanced mining technique, but nothing wrong with surges and stampedes. It's an excellent way to look at, you know, it as well. That's a very good tip beetle for sure, and one I probably should remind people of from time to time. Lots of people who come to my channel love the surge and stampedes. They do. They absolutely love them. It allows them to break the big rocks, and I understand that. Massive's wings do sound good, yeah. Is this a good module setup on the Lancet Torrent Focus Surge? Well, I'll tell you what. I mean, there's a lot of power in that one for sure. Grift. I myself like 2 aUEC C3s and a Rieger. I also like a couple of brands and an FLTR-XL. I've never tried a Torrent, a Focus, and a Surge, but you know, having the Surge on board is certainly the thing that we were talking about earlier that can help. All right, here's a 4931. Let me hit the space brakes here. Not going to be a great rock. 3.5%er, no problem. We'll keep it moving. All right, you guys. Hanging on in here. 11.1. Hey, there's another Q-type down that way. I'll take it. Greg Peter says, I use Surge and Stampede when I'm in a hurry. That's another way to think about it. Really, if you want to break rocks efficiently, the first break really fast, yeah, having a Surge on board there's nothing quite like it. But you also, the Surge has two edges to that sword. It can blow you up in a hurry too, if you're not careful. Going by previous post, Connie, is Phoenix is a wise choice because does lots of mining first, going to grind the C2. Yeah, the C2 is a great ship. You just can't go wrong with the C2. I mean, it's just, you know, they fly fantastic in Atmo. They hold stuff for days. You can do all sorts, you know, there's so much good in the C2. I love the M2. I love the C2. I think they're fantastic ships. I need a waterproof laptop so I can mine in the pool. That is awesome, Greg. I need that too. I definitely need that. This is not going to be a great rock, you guys. Probably a 4%er. We're going to keep moving. Few opportunity markers here. Couple of unscannables there. There's a P-type. I was looking at a Caterpillar for my next hauler. I think the Caterpillar is a lot of fun. And there are some people who really love the Caterpillar. I mean, there are some people that once they fly it, they're like, okay, this thing's the bomb. You know, and I can respect that. There's nothing wrong with the Cat. Cat's a good ship. And when that modularity comes in, oh my gosh, the Cat's going to be crazy, you guys. Mr. B says, is in SC, is it possible to change view to third person? Yes, absolutely, sir. And actually, you're going to have the best third person views. You know, I mean, these third person views are fantastic. Especially when you're on a planet side. You know, I mean, I don't know if you know this, Mr. B, but, you know, you can actually fly from one end of star system to the other. You go through atmosphere. You go right down to the planet surfaces. I mean, it's cool, man. That's for sure. It is a really cool game. Surge and Stampede are not for beginners. Yes, Surge and Stampede are definitely not for beginners. I agree with that 100%. Yep, F4 is how you kind of get outside your ship. Okay, let me just go ahead and back to the 180s, 179 scan. All right, there's some more opportunities there. E-type. P-type. Unscannable was so bad, I went back to station with an empty ship. Oh, my stars, though. Yeah, I mean, I've definitely had to work today, for sure. Evo says, what I missed. She didn't miss much, Evo. We're just out here doing some mining today. What's the best setup for Prospector for beginners? Real easy, Clive. It's going to be an Atlas quantum drive. It's going to be a Lancet MH1 mining laser head. And it's going to be 3 brands. And that's what I'm going to recommend for beginners. Lots of brands if you're Quantanium mining. And then just abuse the heck out of the brands after you have, stuff broken down. That's what I recommend right there. Thanks, no. First time approaching the game, looking for an alternative to EVE Online. Mr. B, I really do think you should, there are free fly events. And there was one recently. I don't know when the next one is. But, you can always do a free fly. The other thing is if you do decide to buy the game, use someone's code. You can always, Mr. B, you can always just go ahead and, like I have a code in the description below. Like, if you look in the description, you'll get a few extra dollars. And the other person, the person and if you have a friend, use their code. You but definitely make sure when you sign up, you do use a code. But the other thing I want to say is, quite honestly, you don't have to go out and buy $1 million. Just buy yourself a starter ship, and get into the game and just do some box delivery missions and see if all of a sudden you're like, there are missions where you're kind of like Space FedEx, where you pick up a box and haul it someplace and drop it off. See if you like it, because you're going to be doing a lot of flying around, looking at the different planets, looking at the different biomes, landing in different places, remote outposts and cities and stuff, and see if you like it. I mean, it's not a huge investment. You can do that for like the $45, $50 ship, investment. War Bishop says, I'm an ex-EVE Online player and I love this game. I played EVE too, but it was only like when it first launched. Like the first few weeks that it was launched, I played it. M-Type. Yes, the Avenger Titan, is a very, very, very good beginner ship. The Avenger Titan is, I think it's 70 for the starter pack. But it's a great ship. It's got a size 4 gun on the front. It's got a little bit of cargo space. Excellent ship. But you don't have to buy that one. There's other ones you can buy that are even less expensive, and you can absolutely just introduce yourself to the game. The cool thing is, Mr. B, you can always spend 45, or whatever the cheapest entry level ship is, and then if you can always melt that ship and spend another $25 or $30 after that, and you'll get credit back for the ship you bought. A lot of unscannable rocks today, guys, for sure. Box missions are the best way to start the game, as it gets you used to flying, what the game is like, landing, taking off, all that stuff. Exactly. Hey, 77 likes, you guys, by the way. Thank you so much. We're on the march to 100. It's awesome. All right, there's a cluster that won't scan. It's weird. Some of these opportunity markers are kind of falling off a little sooner than I would expect them to as well. I don't want to rotate over quite that far. The Mustang Alpha is really good this patch now that the cargo box is fixed. That's a very good point as well. The Mustang Alpha, its little cargo boxes are working, and probably is is a lot easier to consider over the Aurora, over the Aurora now, for sure. I just got an Aurora, then the Titan, then the Cutlass. That's a great way to do it. M-types there. Yeah, I mean, Gray, like Mass is saying, that's an excellent point for sure. Box missions are great for mining markers on planets as well. Yep, they are. $80 now. Great. But no bed on the Mustang. That's a very good point. There's no bed logging with the Mustang at all. You know, so there's, you know, I mean, there's pluses and minuses for all those ships, right? I mean, if you ask me what I think the best starting ship is, you know, I'm gonna probably stick to the, to the Avenger Titan. I think that's probably the best starter ship. I don't think that's a mystery to anybody. Here's some doublers, you guys. Let's go and take a look at these guys. I think those. That's absolutely the best starter ship. Hey, Bloodling, how are you? Nice to see you. My last trip out, I find a 47% Q in second cluster, but blew myself up. Oh, no. I know. You know, I have sometimes luck like that where I'm having a hard time finding things, and then when I finally do find it, I mess it up. You know, I've had that before. I need a ship that's got a bed because I like my naps. Yeah, exactly right, Track. Guys, this is going to be a nice rock. That's going to be a decent rock, I have a feeling. Hitting the space brakes here. Hold on. I was zooming. Yeah, that's a really nice rock. What about this guy over here? That's not so nice. Look at this one, you guys. This is a 4647. Very, very nice rock. All right, let's roll this guy over. All right. Drac, we might be able to ring that uni bell here if we handle our business right. Going to melt my Aurora for a prospector after the 318 wipe. Yep, and that's what it's called, Mr. B. It's called melting. So let's say you bought like the $45 ship, you did some box missions, you're like, oh yeah, this game's sweet. Then you can melt that $45 ship, put a little bit more money into the game, and you know, and upgrade as well. And you keep, like, when you melt it, you get the amount that you spent back, right? So the Nomad is a great, like, people do sleep on the Nomad. I love the Nomad. Right out of the gate, it's a rock mine hauler. You know, it's got good internal space. I like the Nomad a lot as an option. I think it's actually, you know, somewhat combat capable. Went from the 300i to a Harbinger bounties, yeah. 400i, yeah, exactly. I mean, you know, you certainly can go from a Titan to a like 300 and to the Harbinger, yes. And once you do have a Harb, you can just, you know, kill it. Serp is absolutely right. I mean, you can just if a combat route is the way you want to go, the Titan to something like a 300i is a great choice. You could, you know, and you know, right into the, once you get into the to the Vanguard series, you are making bank for sure. All right, so we're keeping an eye on this guy. She's a little bit, I don't want to overcook it if I can avoid it. Nice rock, though. Oh, look at that. Jumped right up in there at the end. I let it kind of fade out. Hold on. She's grumpy. That's a high percentage of quant. Push it back up in there. All right. Got us a break there. This is a nice rock, you guys. So let's see what we got. So that's 100% inert. That's an excellent sign. That's going to be 100%er. That's 10 SCU. This is going to be 100%er. That's 15 SCU. That's 25 SCU between those two rocks. This is not going to be 100%er. This is going to be that's a 9%er. 728 here. Okay, and what about this guy? This is going to have some in it as well. Yep. All right, so I have 3 rocks to break that are all hundos. So this is going to be good. Let's go ahead and get started here. Hey, Riff, nice to see you. Welcome aboard. All right, you guys, there's an opportunity for a unicorn here. We'll just have to take our time and get them broke down nice. So I fired the Brant, and we're just going to kind of try and keep it honest here. Around 16% or so. Any ship recommendations? I've been looking at the Harbinger and the Warden. Both are excellent ships. Harb's a great ship. Sentinel's a great ship. Any ships in that line are great ships. You know, Mass, what do you think about the different variants in the Vanguard series? Grab a Warden, Sent. Yeah, you know that. Nothing wrong with that, man. That's a tough. That's a fighting ship right there. I feel a Prospector on good days is a money printer if you're patient. It does print money. It absolutely does. Oh, overcooked her just a touch. But she just got in there barely, just a sliver. And I've got about 23 seconds left on the Brant, so we should be good here. Looks like it's holding in real good. Excellent. So I was able to break 2 of these rocks with 1 Brant. That's an excellent thing. Now I have 1 more hundo to break here. The jumpiness of the laser is, I think, because of the events makes it, slower to respond. You're exactly right, Gray. I mean, I noticed that I'm articulating a little bit, but it's not being as responsive. But that's okay. Now that was my fault. My eyes wandered over to the chat and probably shouldn't have. This is only a 517 mass, so I need to be careful with that. She didn't need that much juice. No problem. We got that under control. Warden and Sentinel are great choices. EMP that shut down other ships nearby. Yeah, the Sentinel's a really good one. You can really do some damage with the Sent once you know how to use that EMP. You and your community are totally awesome for new and... Oh, thank you, Clive. That is wonderful for you to say. It does mean a lot to me that we are, you know... I'm going back to the $6.99 mouse. Fair enough. Mr. Trader, how are you, Trader? Nice to see you, sir. How have you been? Guys, the only thing we broke are hundos here, so we don't even have to be discerning on the laser. If it's purple, we're scooping it. Yeah, absolutely, Jojo. You're just going to want the XL1 drive. The XL1 drive is just... The Connie has gas for days, so just get the XL1 drive and never look back, Jojo. Jojo's you're looking for recommendations for the Quantum drive. Yeah, you want the XL1 drive. It's on Port Tressler is one place to get it. And that's the one I use all the time. We're just scooping it up, you guys. Lots of info, lots help keep up great streams. Great. Thank you, Clive. That's so kind of you. You know, that's why I built the channel. I mean, you know, I built the channel for 2 reasons. 1, I wanted to have other people to mine with. And 2, because I wanted people to learn how to do Quantanium mining. And it's very important to me that people do learn the meta and understand it, because there's a lot of money that you can make Quantanium mining, which opens up the rest of the game, you know, if you want to do other things. So... All right, we're going to leave the rest here for the mining gods, you guys. Ding, ding, ding. This is a full 32 SCU of Quantanium. That is a unicorn run. And our other 2 runs haven't been bad, you know, by any stretch of the imagination. Both have been 31 and some change. So we've had 3 solid runs today so far. Let's go ahead and... Now, I head towards HURL3, right? And the reason is because I want to fly past... Crusader without getting hung up here. So if you look around like kind of this area here, you'll see Crusader go by. You have to fly a little bit, but it'll be right over in this area. So as soon as we see Crusader go by, then I'll kind of change my change which way I'm headed. Haven't seen it yet. Am I past it? Let's look. We're getting there. Normally you'll see it kind of pop up. It'll be kind of like a splotchy looking. Am I past it yet? We're getting there. No problem. So at this point, as long as we feel like we're getting past it, here's what I'm doing, right? Now I'm looking to get past it and just go to CRUL1, come down here to the station, set route, boom. As soon as you can come out of quantum, come out of quantum. Then you're going to respool. And that's because of just the nature of the way CRU lines up. Relay logic, that's awesome. Look at the unicorns, you guys. Getting some unis on here. 82 likes. We're on our way in with a unicorn run, and and a very good one at that. So we're definitely gonna head on in here. And we still have lots. I have lots of time to mine today, so we still have a few hours when we can mine. So we're doing really well. We've gotten 3 runs that are in the 30s, but this is a uni, and we still have some work to do, as I like to say. We still got to get this guy in and get it taken care of. Where do you park big ships at space stations and land areas? Do you have to dock in the docking collars? Really big ships do have docking collars, Grift, for sure. Like a Hammerhead or an 890 Jump. They will have docking collars. Lots of them are, lots of ships will just fly into hangars. I'm going to try 2 Rieger C3s and a Brandt setup, see how that works. Not a bad idea. I'm going to change out this time to, I'm going to go with 2 aUEC C3s and a Rieger. And so I think we might head back over to Yella and do like the moons around Yella and check check around there for Quantanium. So, I wanted to kind of hit all the CRU1 areas. The Air and Halo 2 runs, definitely CRUL2LB 1 run. I definitely wanted to hit 1 run around Yella in the asteroid belt there, so we're gonna head there, and then we'll have to see what kind of time we have. I might actually fly over to ARC-L1 for a sec and go do 1 Lyria run as well, just because I haven't been over there that much and I feel like I owe the community a little bit. But we'll have to see. We don't know how much time things are going to take, so we're just going to keep on plugging away here. I'm going to try that. Yeah, 2 Rieger C3s and a Brandt. Let me know how that goes, Doe. After you get back, can you do a crash course in optimal scanning? From watching you, I think I'm scanning the hardest way possible. Dwight, yes. I'll talk through the scanning when we get back to the asteroid ring around Yella. I will talk you through how scanning works. Now, part of it is, and I'll show you kind of how I have stuff mapped. And we'll talk about that a little bit, Dwight. No problem. Bucky Tin, how you doing, Bucky? Nice to see you, sir. Big salute back at you. Got to clean the pool later, guys. No problem, Greg. That's awesome. I've been using HURL1 refinery lately. What do you think about HURL1 wheels? Have you been hitting the halo from there, or have you been doing someplace different? A lot of times when I'm mining over on Aberdeen, I use HURL1. Anytime you want a mining partner, once I got a prospector, let me know. I'm Clive. I'm sure we can figure that out. I know we can.
Please proceed to assigned landing bay.
All right, so we're headed over to the landing bay here. Now, keep in mind, the last 2 limes I've landed, my ship is in claim. And so I'm not expecting it to be any different this time, but I'm still going to give it an opportunity for it not to be in claim. But this is my 3rd trip back, and both times I've landed right at this here, and my ship has been forced to claim. And so, you know, I know it still does recognize it's on the pad, and I can go down and put stuff in the refinery, but then I'll probably have to come back out and just kind of store. So if this third time it does it, the next time I come back here, I'm not, you know, I'm just going to go ahead and just have it store my ship by kind of, you know, getting in front of a hangar where I'm not supposed to. But I'm going to give it one more opportunity to be right. Will you guys remind me, what is that key for auto landing? I've never auto landed once in my life in this game. I think it's hold down N, but I can't remember. I'm going to try that. We're going to get in here and I'm going to get nice and easy peasy. Gears down. We're looking groovy. We're just coming in here nice and easy. Okay. I'm going to get over the target. Let me drop my gear again. Okay. Oh, now that's interesting. Now, I am holding on. I've never done this before. It's the first time in Star Citizen I've ever done that before. What? It says I'm blocking an active flight bay. Don't be silly. Oh, and it's not letting me it's not letting me post either. Look at this. It's gonna. Whatever. That's so funny, you guys. Chris Mulkey, how you doing? Chris, nice to see you. Bucky, nice to see you. JS, nice to see you. I'm wondering if you noticed any changes in asteroid type location spawning this patch. Bucky, people have been saying that there's a lot less, you know, a lot more unscannable rocks, and I think that's correlating with the fact that the events are pinching more resources. And I've had the same experience. I mean, it has been but still. You know, guys, you know, I'll give you some numbers when we're down there, right? So it's not mining hasn't been, like, at least for me today, hasn't been terrible. I mean, I've probably got, you know, 90 SCU in the hopper in 3 runs. I don't know how long I've been streaming for, probably in the neighborhood of a couple 2.5 hours or so. That's just me guessing. Look at that though. Am I wrong? It's got my prospector in claim. After it pulled me in. I wonder if my stuff's gone. Oh, boy. LOL when the master becomes a student. Exactly. Hey, Spiker, welcome to the channel. I bet you I don't have my stuff here because it's in claim. It'll be interesting to see. But, you know, like, I just did a landing. I just did the landing. I hit N again, and it said I was in... It said I was, you know, that's the pad they put me on. Then it reset. Then I landed there. Now it's got my 2 hours. Now, you know, I think it just bugged out and ate my cargo. We'll see. So, you know, but we'll see. And that's okay. I mean, if it did, it did. I mean, you know, I'm not going to get too worried about it. But we'll see. I think it's in claim though, so it's not. I have a feeling it's not going to be here. We'll see. Hey, I'm wrong. Set up work order. I'm happy to be wrong. All right, we'll do Dynex Salvination so far. Boom, got quote. Confirm. All right, so guys, so far, look at if I, you know, I've been streaming. Somebody said it sounds like for 2 hours, right? So if we do the math here, and let's do it. You know, 3097 plus 3049 plus a uni 3130 plus that's 9276. So 9276 times 88, that's 816,000, you know, today. So not too shabby. 800,000 aUEC so far today. You could try using the landing pads next time you can land and refuel out there without ATC approval. Grift, I definitely agree with that, and I've done it before for sure. I meant the actual asteroid composition of different locations. For example, Q-type asteroids only being found at certain Lagrange points. That hasn't changed much, Bucky, but the one thing I've been trying to mention to everybody is I am finding Quantanium at CRUL2 in this B cluster. So that's new. Okay, so I hope that, everywhere else it seems to be where it's always been, but that particular B cluster has Quantanium in it. Chris Mulkey says shorts, me being whiny again, but looked into the Orion more in depth, a lot of speculation, but I'm kind of worried about the direction they seem to be taking with it. What do you mean, Chris? Let's talk about it a little bit. I love talking about the Orion. And, if you have some thoughts or doubts or whatever, let's chat about those a little bit. I'm happy to chat about those, and I definitely won't shy away from conversation like that. So, what have you read recently that's been kind of a head scratcher for you? It looks like you have to have one size 4 laser. You crack a big rock, then the rest of the crew tractors the rocks. Yeah, well, there's going to be kind of a munching mechanic, right? I think you're absolutely right. I think that there's going to be, it does seem like there's going to be some team that's going to be required to move the rocks. Like, if you think about the reclaimer, right? The reclaimer has kind of that whole thing where once you kind of pull things in, it's got this like cruncher tumbler that stuff goes on. And I think there's going to be something just like that. I think that you're right about that. All right. Basically very little laser mining. That's interesting. I bet you that size 4 laser though is gonna chew through rocks pretty fast. It's gonna be an asteroid belt chewer. There's no way that thing's gonna be super slow, Chris. For sure. Great question. Great questions and concerns though. Gray says, I got 20 jobs in the refinery, but waiting to sell until all the money started the patch of 39 mil. That's awesome. I was using SC Trade as the guide, and it seems like things were a bit different. Oh, I see, Bucky. Let me know if there's some shift in that. I'm happy to go look at a spot for sure. Do I have my? Oh, I don't. I thought I had my headlamp on for a second. Let's please chat about it. I know nothing about the Orion since saw the pic in the background. The Orion's just a great big. I mean, here's the Orion, guys. Just so we're all on the same page. That's the Orion there. And, it's your asteroid belt miner. Well, that's weird. Did I not put my helmet back on? I thought I did. Great big, it's a multi-tier mining ship for sure. All right, so now we have to deal with this claim situation. Which I don't like.
Welcome to the aSOC vehicle retrieval system.
Because it's definitely... Oh, now look at that. It's retrieved now. Isn't that weird, you guys? It was claimed before, right? Am I wrong? No way. That said claimed before. That's so weird, you guys. I don't know. Anyways, we'll kind of... we'll go with it. We'll run with it. I have no idea what's going on with that. That's funny. All right, so here I want to now that's even funnier. Right? Now I'm gonna
The aSOC vehicle retrieval system.
when will QuantCalc come to iOS? The guy who made QuantCalc has taken a little. I know he's had some issues in life going on. It's just been busy, and so and Jojo, it will come. There will definitely be an app that comes to iOS. But I will tell you that I know he's taken a little break from the game, and probably a well-deserved one. So once we kind of I know that him and I've talked about it a lot and put some plans together to do it. But just me being as transparent as possible, that's a little bit in flux right now. So I don't have a hard and fast date, and I haven't had one before. But yeah, it's an excellent question, Jojo. And I don't have an excellent answer right now. Just life. My life has had some crazy things going on in it, and I know his has too. So we have no ETA on the Orion. It's a capital-sized ship, so it probably won't even be considered until server meshing. Oh, I think, yeah, it's down the road, you guys. I think Squadron 42 will be out before the Orion. Nunya says, question for QT mining with the use of gadgets. Which modules would you recommend? Nunya, the ones that I would... if you're first getting used to gadgets, just go with brands. But then start opening up yourself to different meta. Maybe go out someday and try surges and stampedes and understand what they do. Maybe go out and try some other ones. You know what I mean? But start with the Brants, Nunya, and I think those are going to be your best bet. You were illegally parked, so had a timeout or pay a fine. Oh yeah, I thought, but I didn't think it said pay fine. Doe, I thought it said claim, but maybe I missed that. Jojo says no problem. No worries, Jojo. I just want to be as open and honest as possible about that. Orion will probably be a long way off. Wonder if it will be the same. Yeah, it's a great question, you guys. It's a really great question. So here's what I'm gonna do. I'm gonna change out some parts here, if I can, on the Prospector, and I'm gonna have a little bit of fun here, right? As soon as it comes up. All right, let's go back to the Prospector. I'm gonna change to a Rieger down here, and I'm going to put a couple of aUEC C3s up here. So a little bit different meta than I normally use, but you know what? I'm just changing. I haven't decided that I like this one as well. Now, this is a lot of money in those types of things, so I have to be. I think when I come back to the hangar, I'm going to force them to store my ship. But anyways, let me just double check. Whenever I kind of assign things on there, I normally will get out of the menu and just check one more time. Just to make sure. It probably would retrieve when I did the work order. It very well could have. And you can see it's being, I picked the Taurus. The Prospector's acting. It's like, hey, I don't know about your Prospector. But now, yep, I just wanted to double check. aUEC C3s and the Rieger, cool, we're good. Let's go ahead and pull this guy. We're going to head over to Yella, and we are going to, we're just going to do the rings around Yella. We're going to look there first. And then once we do that, if we have good luck over there and we're not, we don't spend, a couple hours looking around over there, I think I'm actually going to fly over to Lyria and do, one Lyria run just to say we can do it. Hangar 2. Hey, Stin, sorry for being a newbie, but is Quantanium the fastest way to make money? Stin, it's up there. It's in the top 3 or 4 ways. You know what I mean? But I think if the truth of the matter is, if you are at the highest, now it takes a while to grind it out, right? But if you're at the highest level bounty hunting, I think that's technically slightly faster. And certainly if combat's more your thing. But as far as mining goes, Quantanium mining is the fastest way to make money, in my opinion. Having no luck with surges, I tend to blow myself up. Yeah, surges, yeah, I could see that, Nunya. Go with Brants. Brants are what, would really kind of calm down Quantanium, make things a lot easier. But yeah, listen, I have this that I'm showing you now, the two, when and I'll just kind of pull out the laser. The 2 aUEC C3s and the Rieger is a good way to do it. Now, I want to see if I can I want to fuel up here before we go. Yep, looks like they're going to let me. That's good. I have huge issues getting missiles to restock on my bounty hunting ships. Had to claim every time to get full missiles. Yeah, Grifter, they really seem to have that. That issue's been going on for a while. 89 likes, you guys, by the way. We're almost to 100. Nunya, Belson, try Brants. Yep, thank you, Doe. That's exactly right. Ryan Wallace says, just messed up a uni for Mole, only 5,200 a quant because I blew up one of the rocks. Oh, sorry about that, Ryan, for sure. That's always tough. Brants, is that a gadget? No, it's not a mining gadget. That's a mining consumable. It has 5 charges for every unit. Spiker says, I use a surge to heat up the rock and the Brant to make the laser more stable. Good choices, Spike, for sure. It's a mining module. Yep. All right, you guys. So we're heading towards Yella. That's where I'm going to set my route. I'm going to try to pull up around 80,000 or maybe 60,000 from Crusader to see if I can kind of get around it. So anyways, did I not wait for my fuel? No. Well, that wasn't super smart. Let's head back in and get fuel if I can.
Thank you.
I thought I had given it enough time to kind of fuel me up, so let's do this.
Please proceed to assigned landing bay.
Let it open the doors. I just want to go get some fuel. The biggest difference I noticed that I was having trouble finding Q-type asteroids in HURL3. Well, that's funny, Bucky. Tell you what, Bucky, we'll head over to HURL3 and we'll take a look, okay? We'll do that right now, Buck. I'm glad you said something. HURL3 is close. We can go fly and do that real quick. The one thing I don't... HURL3 before in 3.17 was actually causing a lot of PvE. Like PvE pirates or PvE... You know, like every time I put the lasers on something, it causes PvE. So, but, you know, I mean, we can go over there and have a little fun with it. I'm just going to fly in here, you guys, and just top off on fuel. I thought I had, but I guess I didn't. Hey. I like this auto land. I can get used to it. All right, let's see. Let's see if they let me do... Yeah. Fill me up, guys. I'll go ahead and before I lift off. But the quickest way to make money, it would took me longer to rep grind to kit out the right bounty ships than jumping into Prospector Mine Quant. It's quicker to make max money. You know, I mean, Prospector is a great way to make money. It's an enjoyable, laid-back way to make money. So, I mean, I never sleep on prospector mining. I mean, it's my favorite way to make money in the game by a mile. All right, we'll open up the doors. We'll head over to HURL3 because I wasn't planning on doing that, but you know, if we'll cruise over there and see what's going on. And I don't have any problem doing it. I started with Argo for the past couple of days. Argo nice when you are not mining for QT. Argo efficiency with the crew. Yeah, listen, moles are fun, you guys. Well, I'm off to start my vacation. Oh my gosh, happy vacation, Relay. That is me next week, you guys. I probably should mention that to you. I am going on vacation. I think I'm on vacation from the 13th to the 19th, or... Yeah, I'm going on vacation myself, Relay. Enjoy yourself, Relay. Nice to see you. Good for you. Yeah, I'm going to be on vacation myself here pretty soon. Let's go over to HURL3. We'll set that, and we'll just kind of go over there and see what's shaking. We'll do this for science there.
Thank you. Please visit again.
Vac, welcome to the channel. Vac says, I'm down, Mace. We need to get a mole now that works. I'm down for runs, Mace. Nightly mole. Let's do it. Relay Logic, have a good one. 91 likes, you guys. We're almost at that magic 100. Have had a lot of people sub today. Have had a lot of people like today. Have had a lot of people join the channel today. I've had some memberships and some donations. So you guys, thank you so much. I always do like to say thanks for all that stuff. It's super appreciated. And I just love being able to do this. I know that I've been not able to do it as much as I like lately. You know, but, you know, just family, responsibilities being what they are. So we're just going to, you know, enjoy the rest of the stream here. I've still got a few hours to do some mining with you guys today, and I'm really enjoying it. So much appreciated. Definitely interested to see what others experience. Now, the one thing I will say, I wonder if it's like one of these types of things, right? I always tend to find that you have to go near the station, right, in order. So I'm going to set the route towards this. Yeah, I wonder if it's that type of thing. So it's not just going to be HURL3. We're going to have to head over by the station. Hey, Stin says I subbed already. Thank you very much, Stin. Terry, our best days are ahead of us. Yeah, I love it, Terry. I think you're absolutely right, especially if we're talking Star Citizen. That's exactly right. I agree 100%. I think some of the things they're going to be in this game someday are going to be just amazing. And it already is an amazing game. All right, so HURL3, just so we're keeping it real. Bucky, are you going to HURL3 just this one place here? Or are you going by the station? Stead says, is it normal for my mining modules to disappear? I had a Rieger and a Vox disappear after bedlogging in my prospector. Not bedlogging, Stead. No, that's not normal. Riegers and Voxes should not disappear on a bedlog at all. That's unusual, and I'm sorry to hear that. All right, so we're headed over towards 3LA, and we're just going to go ahead and bump over there. You know what, Clyde? Mom and Dad are out of the hospital and back at the house, and that's as much as I that's a blessing. So I think my sisters and I are gonna get a little schedule together and keep a good eye on them here for a little while and see how things go. So thank you for asking, Clyde. It's very kind of you. Okay, that's what I thought. So instead, yep, no problem. All right, so here we are. HURL3. Let's see how we do. So I'm going to pull out the mining laser. And we'll go ahead and send out a ping. Now, I have found that it's very quiet around here for sure. A lot more quiet than it used to be. But let's just kind of see what we run into. And we're not far from the station, so there should be something here. HURL3 definitely used to be a very mineable area. And so the fact that I'm not even seeing any pings at all right now kind of is interesting. We're not going to spend a ton of time doing this if for some reason we don't get any pings at all. But I think this is interesting. Yeah, I mean, it's been a little while since I came over to HURL3. And so this is for science, you guys. Just don't want a 30K fly into invisible wall. Yeah, fair enough. And you can see there's lots of asteroids around here for sure. And I'm a ways from the station, and I'm going to keep moving my way towards it. Oh, there's my first opportunity marker. I'm getting further away from it. Ping. That's an M type. Let me kind of fly down that way. I want to kind of head towards the station a little bit, though. Boy, this is it's a thick. This has changed tremendously. Okay, it wasn't thick like this with asteroids. And I don't know if I'm just more in the asteroid belt part of it. How far am I from the station? That's a good question. Yeah, 43 away. Yeah, interesting. Well, we're just gonna fly around here a little bit and take a look. Hey, Walder, welcome to the channel. Stin, is Quantanium only lucrative mineable? Before the wipe, I tried to rented Prospector and really didn't make much with diamonds, laranite, and that sort of thing. So, you know what, Stin? If you go for laranite, terranite, but most importantly, bexolite. Bexolite's going to be the second highest thing, and you can make good money. I mean, I could probably make, now, roughly half the money that I make Quantanium mining with bexolite, laranite, and terranite. Now, but the one thing is you also can take a mole and you can, or something like that and load up and get lots of that stuff too. So, you're not on any kind of a timer, right? That's the thing when it comes to non-Quantanium. So there's just a lot less opportunity markers here, you guys. I mean, that so far. So with so much, here's the problem, right? If you have this many less opportunity markers, then all of a sudden, then you've got then you've got your unscannable amount. Yeah, I could see where this has definitely changed. This is this is not nearly as the same that it used to be. Now I'm going to fly in and get a little closer to the station. Massive salute from the UK for you and your family's fish. Thank you so much, Clive. Truly appreciate that. Tried all over the area, a bit far away near the station. I found asteroids, just not Q-types. There were definitely Q-types here before. When you get markers, bring down the scanning to 2 degrees to get a better look. So yeah, Stin, bexolite, laranite, and terranite. You know what I mean? And on Aberdeen, you have really good luck with that stuff. And that, those could be, that could be a lucrative way to mine as well. Oh, there's an opportunity marker. I'm probably getting myself out of range if I'm not careful. Had some doublers and they're not scanning. I've helped a couple of people to buy a prospector for this patch and told them to come to your streams to get shown. Oh, thank you very much, Gray. That's awesome. I definitely, I enjoy mining so much in this game, and you know that. You know, it literally is like one of those things that it just, I'm not a prudish guy. I don't do a lot of drinking and smoking. You know, this is kind of the thing that I do to kind of relax and, take the edge off a little bit. And so it's nice to be able to do, I think mining is kind of, it's cathartic for me. And so, I really enjoy it. And I really enjoy teaching it as well. All right. There are not many opportunity markers here, you guys. It is weird. So we're going to spend a couple more minutes here, then we're going to head back towards yellow. And I'm just going to declare that Bucky is absolutely, Bucky's right, man. There used to be a lot more opportunity markers. It was never filled with opportunity markers by any stretch of the imagination. But I don't remember flying around here for, minutes at a time and only seeing, I think only 3 so far on scans. That's pretty rare. So they have changed this area a little bit. It's definitely a Zen activity. Yes, that's a good way to put it. It's a very Zen activity. That's exactly right. Oh, now that is funny. It not until the 3rd scan did it kind of give me a, All right. Couple of P-types there. It's Zen until you lose focus and blow up. Yeah, that's exactly right. Fair enough. That is funny. Matt says, plot from ARC-L1 to CRU-L1. Then drop out 31 mil from CRU-L1. Now that's 31 mil-ish. From CRU-L1 or 6.2 mil-ish from ARC-L1. Continues to be a great spot, a little honey hole if you guys have trouble. Streams! Hey, streamers! How you doing today, man? How you doing? Streams has been working on working behind the scenes on some new setup. And so, have you got that done, streams? How you been, man? It's nice to see you. Stin says hi. Gray Peter says, it's difficult to explain how to mine properly in a chat window. I can appreciate that. Definitely is. So, all right. So we're going to declare Bucky absolutely. I think Bucky, whatever source you have, I would say that they're onto something. There's not a lot of opportunity markers here on HURL3, and that is a change in the meta. So for science, we came over this way, but, I'm going to cry uncle for sure. So I want to head back and like I said, we're going to head to yellow. And do a little mining over that way. And, that was kind of my original idea was hitting there. Matt says, hey, Star. Darkside says, don't know if you've noticed that today I've not had a drink or eat reminder popping up so frequently. Oh, that's interesting, Dark. I wonder if they have toned that back a bit. Star says, setup is kind of done, but currently mid-rebrand and upgraded internet has been delayed. Oh, yeah, Star, I definitely have been looking into some upgraded internet as well, what my options are. It's been fairly stable today, but yeah, I understand what you're saying for sure. Science has been served. Thank you, Bucky. That was for you, sir. And I appreciate that you recognize that. It definitely, it's very quiet on HURL3 and much more quiet than it used to be, for sure. 94 likes you guys, by the way. Massa Star's giving you a salute. And Greg says, FYI, I ran into Quant triplet the other day. It was the second Q triplet I've seen in over a year of playing. One had 40, but you were in the rental, so no joy. Yeah, I can appreciate that, Greg. Betting getting the food and water a lot. You've been getting the food and water icon a lot yourself. Yeah, I was down to 36%. On that long run I had out here. Hey, Space, may I add my Discord? Some of my fellow miners can get together later. Griff, go ahead. Yeah, man. I encourage it. Go ahead and add it. Thank you for asking, though. It's very kind of you to ask, and I do appreciate that, sir. All right, you guys, we're heading over to, hey, Cyron, welcome to the channel. I ran into 10 times QT clusters the other day, asked the chat if anyone else wanted to mine, but no takers. Oh my stars, look at that. That's a heck. Holy mackerel, Siren. That's a... Hopefully Starstreams wants to teach me rock mining when he gets that new stuff sorted out. Yeah, Clive, I'm sure he does. You know, Star is definitely the... he would love to teach you rock mining. I'm positive of it. You just go watch his streams every day, and you know, and every day he has them, and is doing rock mining, and you can learn from the best. That's for sure. All right, you guys. Second day of the new patch, everyone was doing so. I'm gonna try and stop around 70K or so, or 65K, and see if I can get around Crusader, because I know sometimes Crusader is right in this area. Now, can I from here? I want to go to set route. Yes, excellent. That way I didn't have to go too close. All right. And we're at a little bit different angle, too, from right outside, you know, Crusader as well. I'm from the UK as well, says Clive. Nice. All right, so we've had two really solid runs in the Halo. One really solid run at CRUL2L, the B cluster. Now we're going to go ahead and head towards the asteroids here. And I'm going to use Selin as my marker here. So we're going to start heading this way, and it's going to take us a little while to get there. So I'm actually going to zip pretty quickly. I am going to turn off my quantum drive, so that's that. So what I want to do is I want to set Selin, right, as my route, because it'll just be on there, but I won't have to listen to the... And so that's kind of going to keep me, give me a directional marker a little bit. And so we're going to speed up here and then get a little closer to the rocks. And then we're just going to kind of absolutely do what we've been doing, which is send out some pings and see how it goes. Now, it's going to, you know, it's going to take a little while to get here, but I do like mining over this way. It's a little different. And you have Crusader and you have Yella in the background, and it's fun. So there's our first opportunity marker there. And it is a unscannable cluster. You know, no big deal. We'll keep on ahead. Seen a few of those today. Is there a better location to start prospector mining on Aberdeen? Anywhere you really fly around, I think, is fine. I don't know that any spot's better than another on Aberdeen. That's a P-type. And that is an unscannable. And we're slowly but surely working ourselves towards the actual asteroid belt itself. But we'll get these kind of hits before we get there. But eventually we'll be in the thick of it as well. All right, there's Q-type right there's nice Q-type. Let's go ahead and roll back to a 90 scan. And keep the opportunity marker on the screen. And so, another place where I do find Quantanium from time to time, and I like this little spot. And we'll, yeah. Is Baxelite more plentiful in certain locations? Yeah, for sure. Like I said, I think you're going to find good Baxelite on Aberdeen. You know, but anywhere, it's just kind of putting in the work, Greg, and flying all over and looking. I mean, there's really going to be no substitute for that. There's the P-type there, but I'm approaching this Q-type over here. I think it's just a single rock. And it's not going to be a great one. A 3%er. No big deal. We'll collapse and get a scan on this guy. That's an unscannable. Oh, yeah, that was just a 3% Q-type. That's unscannable. Let's get past this Q-type so it's not in our scanning area. change the scan to 90? So the default places to do that. Oh, you guys, I was going to talk through the scanning meta, wasn't I? So let's talk about that a little bit, okay? So let's just say you just arrived, right? You just arrived, you're just getting here. So the first thing you guys have to keep in mind is, let me show you here in the options, right? One of the things you want to set in your key bindings, if I go just on flight, and if I just go, to the advanced custom controls down here in the radar, I have my mouse button is a ping. My increase ping angle is left alt mouse wheel up, and my decrease ping angle is left alt mouse wheel down. So those are important parts of the muscle memory that I like to build for scanning, right? So with knowing that, so here you need to have, when you're doing scanning in the prospector, you want to have the mining laser out. So with the mining laser out, if I hold down the left alt, I can move the mining wheel back into a 360 scan and move it forward to a 2 scan. Right? Back, rolling back, mouse wheel back, 360 scan, mouse wheel forward, a 2 degree scan. So that's kind of one of the things that's really important. So the next thing you want to know is, in order to keep a group of scans out in front of you, you really want to use a 179 scan. It's kind of a cone out in front of you, like a 180 cone type of thing out in front of you. So that's going to get you ping out, you get your opportunity markers. Once you have your opportunity markers close to a 2, and then you want to just kind of move your cursor like right over the top of them and then ping again. And then it's going to give you the scan results, right? Not every time are you going to get the scan results, but when you do, right, over here's your, if you ping them and they don't give you scan results, don't fly towards them because they're going to be unscannable rocks. But when they do give you scan results, and you can see that here that, several of them are being grumpy, but that's okay. You can actually just hit the scan. And right there, you can see that's where the scan result is showing up. It's an M type. We're looking for Q types, right? That's the Q type is the Quantanium type. So that's what we're doing here. And then keep yourself some kind of either a route or a path or that type of thing, a heading. And I'm using this quantum marker right here of Selin, right, to be my heading. And so, yeah, there we go. Got a dash to prep for Hannah stream. Cool. Thank you for joining streams. Happy fishing, guys. 95 likes. Can we make it to 100? Thank you so much, streams. Tell Hannah I said hi. I hope you guys have a lovely day, and I hope her stream goes absolutely fantastic. Guys, Star Streams has been, I've said this a million times. Please do go to his channel, like and sub. Please like and sub Hannah. He has been an absolute blessing to my channel. He's taught me so much already. He's actually been a very strong advocate for some of us content creators kind of working together and chatting about kind of hardware and software and community stuff, and really has been a very good friend to me and the channel. And I can't, I say it every time in my streams, and I can't say it enough. If you like good Star Citizen content, please do go to Star Citizen's go to Star Stream's channel, like and sub. He's a wonderful guy, very talented guy. He's very good, like his songs. Is an excellent Star Citizen. One of the reasons that Star Citizen is such a great game to play is because there are people that are lovely as him that play. So, and Hannah's absolutely fantastic as well. So please do go to that channel and like and sub and hang out with Star Streams, and you really can't go wrong. I mean, whenever I am at work, a lot of times I just kind of have it on in the background, listening, and there's always something funny is bound to happen, and it's just a great channel with just a wonderful vibe. And so, I can't overstate that, and I mean it. You did not have to do that. I enjoy grinding, but no, some people asked a little bit earlier. The heading marker is crucial. It's frustrating to fly back over the same rocks you've already scanned. That's exactly right. You know, you guys, any chart to know where to go. Not really a chart, Jojo. I mean, that's a very good point. Maybe somebody should make a... Probably there are some charts out there on where to go, for sure. All right, that's not being helpful. Not getting a scan result there. That's an M-type. What about this guy up here? That's an E-type. Yeah, all right, we'll keep on sailing. 96 likes, you guys. We're almost there. All right, 179. Cool. Unscannable. Unscannables. Yeah, okay. We'll keep on heading this way. Where can I buy the Atlas drive? Excellent question. No problem, Spike. So here's where you buy the Atlas drive, right? It's this station, HURL5. This station right here. The high core, HURL5 high core stations where you'll pick up the Atlas drive. Clive Hughes says, I started with too much money, Clive, and I'm starting to get rid of it. Fair enough. I think a lot of people started with money, but then they took it away for a lot of people. HURL5 Platinum Bay has the Atlas drive. Yes. There's a P-type. Unscannable. Hey, there's a Q-type right there. We'll go ahead and roll to a 90. Keep it out in front of us. Looks like that's actually going to be a really good rock too. So it's right out in front of us. We just have to kind of keep heading in this direction. It wasn't that far away. So this looks like it's going to be a nice rock if I'm just guessing. Yeah, 30%er. We'll take that, you guys. We'll take it every time. All right, so now here's what we get to decide. Look at this, you guys. We're going to do this. I mean, we're going to have Crusader, Yalla. See, this is what's beautiful about mining right here. Now, we don't get to mine all the time where we have just this beautiful vista. That's actually worth a screenshot right there, I think. I'm going to do that, print screen. That's a beautiful vista right there, and a beautiful, just unbelievable. All right, so I have the aUEC C3s and the Rieger here, so there's no firing anything. You guys are kind of speaking on it. Philip's mentioning the money that they gave. Yep. Adam, welcome to the channel, Adam. I don't know if the grind is worth it due to the next wipe comes around in 3 months. You know what? I agree, Adam. I think you want to have targeted grind. Right? If you want to C2, grind a C2. If you want to get yourself a ship or two, grind it out. But understand that the wipe is coming. Don't grind out a huge fleet. I agree with that 100%, Adam. It's only 90 days or 120 days. You know, Schizoid says, I've got a prospector. Is there anything I need to change? I already put a Lancet on. The only thing I would recommend, Schizoid, is throwing an Atlas drive on there. And then if you want to, I would highly recommend... some brands, BRANDTDs. Those are mining consumables, and those are excellent for Quantanium mining. Right now, I'm using two aUEC C3s and a Rieger C3, and I like this setup as well. I had 500K when I was grinding the entire day to 1 mil. All the money, they took all the money the next day. Yeah, that did happen. Lagman for the win. Welcome to the channel, Laggy. I had 5. Yeah, that's awesome. Grifter says Atlas QT drive. Yeah, the Atlas is a good choice. Practice with different mining modules. Brandt's good for beginners. Couldn't agree more. That's exactly what Grifter's saying is I could not agree more. Brandt is an excellent beginning consumable. Buckyton says definitely should put some modules on there. I prefer a passive build, but I hear people recommend Brandt. and surges. Now, surges is a little more advanced, you guys, for sure. But I definitely 100% recommend, you know, like an FLTR-XL and a couple brands, or just 3 brands. Depending on how much money you have. But I've been liking this little build as well. No problem, Skits. So this is going to be a really nice, I think this is a hundo. Yep, that's 10 SCU, 100% right there. What about this guy? This is going to have nothing. I really do like mining here, guys, because if you just look, I mean, it's just beautiful. You have the planet in the background. This is going to have a percentage, an 11%er. Okay, yikes. What do we have here? This is also going to be a pretty good hundo, right? So that's 14 SCU, right? And then over here is 10 SCU. So that's 24 SCU between those two. What about this guy? This is going to be nothing. And this rock is going to have a little bit in it by the math, maybe. Nope, not at all. So let's see, 10. Yep, 14's 24, and then 11% in this one. So we only have 3 breaks here to do, guys. Not too bad. What do modules do? Well, they can do things like reduce the instability and the resistance. If you see these numbers over here, instability and resistance, those, if you look at them right now, Hunter, look at the, like right now, instability is 4.7, resistance is 4.2. As soon as I turn on my laser, though, look at, they just go down. And that's because I have a Lancet laser head on here, but it's also because I have these modules on here. And so it changes the numbers and makes things easier to mine. Basically, it kind of buffs the mining laser head. Sarah Rose says filter XL, extractor XL, and a brand for me. Nice, Sarah. I don't know that I've ever heard anybody use that exact meta, and that's what I love about mining, you guys. I just love it because anybody can get comfortable with what it is they're comfortable with, and use that meta, and and just do a little bit of theory crafting. We're 1 like away from 100, you guys. That's awesome. Lyria is a good place for moon mining. Yep, I agree with that 100%. So this is going to be a really easy break here. This is the 11%er. And here's a 100%er. And this is what, you can see I'm down to a 2 instability. So this is this is a little bit different, right? I don't have the brands where I could get it down to like a really, really, really low instability. But you do have the Rieger, which helps a little bit. And so it's going to jump around a little bit, and I just have to kind of be proactive. The Rieger gives you a little more optimal window, so it kind of helps offset the fact that you've got a little bit more instability. Easy break there. All right, and got this other hundo to break. 103 likes, guys. Thank you very much. It's patience build, but usually gets me cargo full of quant. And plenty. Yeah, no, it does sound like a patience build. And you should be, people, we do need to be patient as we mine. It's a great point. So this is going to be probably around 20, mid-20s SCU, you guys. And so not every, we've had 3 runs we had 1 unicorn and 2 other runs that were 31 and some change. This is going to be more of a mid-20s. And that's okay, you guys. It really is. Hold on. She got a little grumpy there. But it'll cook out before I let it. Cool. Hanging right in there. Mining's a lot like fishing. It really is. You never know what you're going to get. Sometimes the fish are biting, and sometimes they're not. All right. We know these are hundos, so let's just grab these. There's 14 SEU in these couple of this rock here. I don't know where it come from, but there's a line I like. I live by when mining. There are two types of miners, patient miners and dead miners. I don't disagree. You know, I've definitely seen where people, everything takes a long time in Star Citizen anyway, so you might as well not rush the mining part of it when you get to it. I agree with that 100%. You silly woman, can the freelancer hold refined Quantanium? It absolutely can. You bet, you silly woman. Macedon says, Sarah Rose, I like that line. I do too, Mass. I do like that line. Stin says, is the Cuddy Black able to transport a full load of refined Quantanium? It is. The Cuddy Black does have 46 SCU and a full prospector load is 32. It can't hold it can't haul a mole, but it definitely can hold a prospector. Full load. Yeah, there's our mid-20s that I was talking about, you guys. And let's just kind of, some of these are going to have some stuff in it, I think, and some of them aren't, right? There's a 30, okay, that's nothing. What about this guy? Good. Good. All right. So this is going to get us up over 25 SCU. Excellent. And this, we might break 26 here. Maybe. We did. 26 SCU. Excellent run. Nothing to feel bad about there. Excellent run. Now we're going to head back towards CRUL1. Let's take this back to the hopper. Yeah, boy. All right. I'm going to back away from here for just a sec, and then we're going to just pivot and spool the quantum drive, and off we go. That's sun. No. I have an MSR for running it, which is expensive, but flies great. 114 SCU. MSR. Here's a couple of things I like about the MSR, right? MSR is one of those ships where when I see an MSR, the last thing I'm thinking in my mind is it's got 114 SCU Quantanium on board. It's one of those things. Same thing, like with an Andromeda. I'm not thinking that it has, it's being used as a Quantanium hauler. If I see a Freelancer Max, I definitely am thinking that, right? So, and it's not to knock the Freelancer Max. I love the Freelancer Max. I flew it around for months as my cargo hauler. But I definitely think there are some ships that fly under the radar. And the MSR is definitely one of them in that capacity. It holds 114 SCU, is a great ship, fast ship, Crusader flyer. So, it's got good, it's got good, Christmas. The thrusters on it are really good. You know what I mean? It's just good handling is what I really mean. Freelancer has lots of cargo and can hold 2 Cyclones. Yep, absolutely. Cuddy Black can hold an ROC as well. Yep, absolutely. Bloodling says if you can get 4 loads of Q. Yep. Freelancer is 66 SCU. Cuddy's 46, I believe. That's true. Cuddy, you might want to get another ship specifically later for QT selling. Yeah, I recommend the Taurus is my favorite Quantanium hauler right now, you guys. It's a little bit of a combination of the Andromeda, so it's got 2 size 5s, 2 size 4s, an XL1 drive, really good shields, lots of health, and it's also got 174 SCU. So really, the Taurus is very hard to argue against. I think that's the best Quantanium hauler, but there's nothing wrong with the Cuddy Black for 1-to-1s, a Freelancer for almost 2-to-1s. I think actually a Freelancer can do 2-to-1s. Hey, I can't remember how much the Taurus is. That's a great question. Mass, do you happen to remember how much it is? MSR can haul 3 full prospector loads with a bit of room to spare. It can. Yep. Same thing with the Freelancer Max, right? So, both of those are excellent ships. Of course, the MSR is much more expensive than, say, a Freelancer Max. But it's a great ship. Why not just rent an Andromeda, run the Quant when you have enough to make it worth your while? There you go. I mean, renting an Andromeda is a great choice as well. That is a gunship with 96 SCU of Quantanium. I think the Connie Taurus is like 3.1 mil. That sounds right to me, around 3 mil. I got the Taurus, it's like 3.2 mil or something. Yep. All right, so I'm gonna do. You know, every time I call for a landing around here, they get grumpy. So what do I do, Mass? What do I do? I think I'm just gonna fly up there and have them store my ship. I'm just gonna do that. I think that's my best bet, really. How about an A2? Nothing wrong with an A2. That's a gunship for sure. I mean, A2's got a lot of flexibility in the game right now. I mean, it really does. It can haul things. It can bomb. It's very expensive, but it's, you know, Taurus is 3.2 and some change. Yep. All right, you guys. I'm doing this. I'm approaching this. I don't recommend this, but every time I've come back to CRUL1, I've had this issue where I get it down there and my ship's in claim, even though I've called the pad and landed on it. So I'm just going to make them store my ship. That's what I'm going to do this time. Stin says, is there a calculator to find out how much SCU you can get out of an asteroid given the mass and percentage? Actually, there is, Stin. Right there in the description below, there's an app called QuantCalc that you can purchase. It's $1. It's for it's not on iOS. It's in the Google Play Store. But, you know, there's also websites that do it as well. Cali Gaming, welcome to the channel. Or Kai Gaming, maybe I said that wrong. How much overall for mining Quantanium is good Quantanium selling? How much I make overall? Well, I've been streaming now, Kai, about 3 hours, and I've probably made $1 million or so.
Thank you for your cooperation.
Albert Martinez, welcome to the channel. What mining head am I using? I am using the Lancet MH1, sir. Exactly 12 loads of prospectors. Now I'm forcing them to, yep, the Lancet MH1. Hey, Geesley, how are you? Yep, I made them impound my ship because the last couple times they've been grumpy about it. So let's look here. Just kind of curious what state it's in.
Vehicle retrieval system.
Oh, it's in pay fine. All right. That's cool. That doesn't bother me. I'll pay the fine. I lost a bunch of refined Q to a bug in a refinery machine. I still had my rented ship, so I loaded everything in it, and then I couldn't spawn it. It took 2 days for them to refine. Oh, interesting. Hunter, I was using... I've had 2 different sets of meta today, right? I had 2 brands and an FLTR-XL on for a couple of my runs, and then the last run I had 2 aUEC C3s and 1 Rieger C3. The Dynex does take a long time, Grifter. You're absolutely right, but it's pure profit. I mean, you know, it costs the less, you get the most yield, and it gives you the most. It does take the longest, but it costs you the least amount, and gives you the maximum yield value. So I always use Dynex when I'm not in a hurry. Dynex is not something you want to use when, like, you know, a server wipe's coming. Getting impounded is just valet. That's a good way to look at it, Albert, for sure. I like to land and just store and do it all the normal way, but 3 times I landed on CRUL1 and my ship was in claim, so I'm not, I was like, I'm not doing that this time. I normally do, set up work order. What? Grumpy. All right, let's try this. There we go. So somebody was asking, earlier. We'll confirm this. So I have now, let's see, 30, 60, 90, and 25. So 115 or so SCU, give or take some change. So if I do this, 115 15,500. Yeah, we'll just do the full math. So we've got 3097 plus 3049 plus 3130 plus 2596 plus. That's 11,872. So 11,872 times 88 equals 1.4 million, 1.04 million. So 1,044,000. So in my stream today, and now I still have some hauling costs and that type of thing. I've made over 1 million aUEC today so far. So, you know, certainly not a bad day. And I have some other stuff here as well that some other runs that I could haul in. So, all right, you guys, let's go down and take the helmet off. And I thought I would do one bonus thing today for you guys. If you're into it, I'm gonna head over to Lyria and do one mining run on Lyria. I haven't been over there that much, and so let's go ahead and do that. Now we've been flying off of CRUL1 all day today. So what we're gonna do is we're gonna fly over to ARCL1. I'll set my imprint over there just in case, and then what we'll do is head over to. You know what? I'll just fly directly over there. We'll just make sure we'll head to ARCL1 after we mine. Let's get ourselves a couple of granola bars because we are hungry. Excellent. Good. All right. That's got us maxed up. Mining location 2, 12, 9 have been good for me on Lyria. Good. Thank you, Grifta. Lyria, go for it. That would be sweet because I don't trust the renting for now. I don't blame you there. Sarah Rose, how do you chug that whole bottle? Oh, yeah, no, Sarah, let me show you that. Sarah, thank you for asking. Let me show you, okay? It's all about letting it lift it up to your face, right? So, you know, you've got to let it complete the animation. So let's talk about that, Sarah, real quick, okay? And I love when people ask questions like that because I know that chugging that thing in 5 minutes is like so annoying to do, right? So, not super annoying, but you know what I mean. It's just, it takes extra time. So, you've got to let it, once you click, let it complete the animation. Once it completes the animation and the drink is in your face, then you just click and hold down the left mouse button. So I'm holding it down the whole time. I'm not releasing the left mouse button at all. And then you chug, and off you go. So hopefully that helps, Sarah, for sure. Thank you for asking. All right. Wait, Mr. Shorts, are you requesting landing with a custom keybind? If so, just requesting landing one more time. ATC will not get it mad anymore. It costs an extra 15 seconds. I have my request landings mapped to my sticks. For sure. That's what I thought. It's saved in a note, and I'll send money next. Oh, okay. Gray Peter, that is very kind of you, sir. Gray's always so gracious to people. He really is. Hold N for auto land. Need to be close. Yep, you can do that. I did that the last time, Grift, and it still didn't help. My ship was still in claim. So. Silly thing. All right, you guys. Let's go ahead and... We're going to head now over to ARC. We're going to head over to Lyria and do one run of prospector mining on Lyria. Just because I haven't had a chance to... no problem, Sarah. No problem at all. You know, I haven't done that stuff much, so we'll pay the fine. All right, let's do a pre-flight one time. I'm pretty sure I still have what I have on there, which is no problem. Which we have the Atlas drive, right? And then we have the VAUXC3s and a Rieger. Now, that's going to make it so the VAUXC3 modules and the Rieger do make it so it's, you know, you're going to have to find a rock around 5,500, or else it's going to be... Throw the bottle of food instantly, just double-click out. Oh, that's a good thing. Thank you, Kai. I didn't know that. So I appreciate you taking the time to tell me that. You and your community are total legends. Space Shorts, massive salute. Oh, thank you, Clyde. That's so kind of you. Stay close to the mountains, right where it gets flat. Best spots are in the flats between the mountains. Yes, you're absolutely right, Grift. And so, you know, and of course we all, I mean, I've done a lot of Lyria mining in my day and absolutely love doing it. Of course, you know, it's one of those things where you run into big rocks sometimes and you can't mine them. I do have a Bormax on my back, and I do have a couple of wave shifts, I think, in the prospector. So if we did happen to run into something that was just over the range, you know. Oh, I wonder if I 30K'd. Oh, nope. Hanger 2. That's just a touch slower than I was used to. Alrighty. Myself a sip of water here. You could cheat on big rocks. It takes time, though. Are you talking about agitating on the rock, Scrifter, where you move the laser around a lot? The prospector's up in the air a bit. I should start mining. Normally, I love trading cargo hauling, but since they increased the player count, but not up the spawns for stuff outposts like Lyria. Yeah, it's nearly impossible to get a full C2 without waiting for ages. Adam, you know, I would do lots of trading. Of course, you guys know how I just, you know, of course, really love Jack Acton's channel. Jack does a lot of that stuff, and you know, I would absolutely trade a lot more if things were in better shape, Adam. I agree with that 100%. I really love trading in this game. Someone I chatted with the other day offered a 10K reward for sharing a 40% 7K rock. Yeah, that's a great way to do it, Ken. I think it's 12. I think it's 12 on the wave 1, though. Okay. I'm headed to Lyria now, Jojo. Awesome. Oh, that's right, Jojo. You were saying Lyria earlier had a bunch of pirates on there. I suppose I better be careful. Really? All right, we'll head to ArcCorp first. No problem. I found that when landing and the doors don't open, I just call again. And the request has already been granted message. Yeah, I get that from time to time too, Sarah. What is the fastest ship that can go from Orison to PO? Oh, I guess I don't know that, Nate. It's a good question. I mean, one of them that has like either the XL1 drive or, you know, I think it has to do more with the quantum drive, like the XL1 drive, or I think it's the TS2 or whatever. For the you know, for the next size up. So we're gonna have a healthy little flight here, you guys. Like I said, I'm kind of flying away from, you know, flying over to ArcCorp. I thought we would do a little Lyria mining. You know, it's kind of a bonus run because I have a little bit more time today. But we've got ourselves a little bit of a ride here, so. If anybody has any questions now, it would be a great time. 106 likes today, you guys. That's fantastic. Yeah, Gray, Jinx, Gray. You know, thank you so much for all the likes and subs and people joining the channel today. It's been, I can't thank you guys enough, truly. It's fantastic. Orison to Port 0 is Herald. Yeah, the Herald in a straight line is your fastest ship, isn't it, Z-Pilot? You're absolutely right about that. If it's going from orbit and not from QT, then the Drake Herald is like 2 mins out of Atmo. Holy mackerel. You Silly Woman says, I normally mine where? Let's find out. Kai says, floating ship bug is annoying. Sometimes I couldn't enter the ship, especially. Earlier, Kai, I jumped in the air and clicked, and I couldn't reach it, like standing, but I jumped in the air and clicked, and I could get it, and man, did I laugh about that. It was funny. I normally mine on Lyria, but where can I do it in space? Oh, the Aaron Halo is one place. You know, you silly woman, if you're looking for someplace that's, you know, you can mine right here at CRUL2 in CRUL2-B. That's a really good place to mine, I think. So it'd be this one right here. I'm a doof. I thought you meant Microtech to Orison. Aaron Halo is, of course, where I've been. I did 2 runs in the Aaron Halo today. So you can, you know, you silly woman, you could go back and watch the stream. 2 runs were in the Aaron Halo. 1 run I did at CRULB. We checked out HURL3, but that was, boy, there was nothing there really to speak of. Then I did the asteroids in the rings around Yella, and now we're heading over to Lyria. So we're kind of hitting everywhere. So lots of different options there for sure, you silly woman. Now let me know, you guys. I just kicked on a fan. Just, you know, I'm going to run the fan for a little bit. It's a little warm in my office, but let me know if you hear that. And if you do, I'll shut it back off. Is Quantanium still super profitable? Cody, it is. I mean, it's very profitable. Since I started the stream today, I've made over $1 million aUEC. I mean, I still got to haul it in and stuff, but, you know, I mean, if I haul it in and I'm successful, I've made over $1 million today. So, yeah, I mean, anytime, yeah, it's a good money maker. I shut my ship all the way down, so hover Q on. Oh, I see. So, Bloodlane, what you're saying is if you kind of kill your... I just turn off the engines. You know, so, but if you're saying if you power down completely, you don't get the floating blood? Siren says, I usually mine out of Mike L1 to HURL4. Not as much traffic and less chances of pirates on the Aaron Halo. I can appreciate that. Flying out of Mike L1 to HURL4, that's an interesting route. But that you must be kind of a long ways, right, from the Halo or from your refinery. But I mean, if you're making it, you're making it. It's cool. And the cool thing is, Mike L1 now, you guys, has a 2% Quantanium bonus. It didn't have it before. Gray Peter says Quantanium makes the best money in game. Oh, lots of places, Cody. I mean, you know, if you go back and watch the stream, we've gone to the Aaron Halo, we've gone to CRULB, CRU2LB, we've gone to the rings around Yella. Today we're going over to Lyria. So there's lots of places, Cody, for sure. What's a good selling point for Quantanium? Well, CRUL1 or Mike L1, both of them. Well, there's a 3% bonus at CRUL1, and now a 2% bonus at Mike L1. I don't like the new Babbage elevators right now. Oh, I don't trust the new Babbage elevators right now. Grift, whenever I fly down the new Babbage, I just land outside of... There's a place where you can land outside of the shops and stuff where you just run in from the outside. And I never take any of that. Well, I guess there are elevators down in that first thing, though. I've turned to kill the engines into part of my regular landing procedure. Haven't had a floating ship since. I always turn off my engines, you guys, but I never just turn off all the power. You know, I haven't been powering down completely, but maybe I need to do that. Maybe I'll start trying that next time. All right, we're approaching ArcCorp. It took a little while to get over this way, but we have plenty of quantum fuel. And we're just going to head over to Lyria and head on down and have a little fun there. Can you get to the TDD from there? From no elevators? Yeah, Griff. Griff, you should learn that thing, because you fly down and you land outside of... There's a spot where you can land, really, and run and just lower... And run right in and run to the TDD with never going to the space station. So absolutely, Griff, for sure. You should learn that spot, Griff, for sure. You just land right outside the city. There's a certain spot. Set her down. And it's good. Yeah, for sure. Check it out, Griff. I mean, I never fly to go to... whenever I'm on New Babbage, I never use that thing, so... How do you recover a ship stuck floating? Is claiming at another location the only option? That's a good question, Bucky. I mean, it won't store? Is it... I mean, you can't claim it at the station that it's at? What am I doing here? Heading over toward Lyria. Oh. I came in at an angle that I have to hit an OM marker. I'm so used to coming from Mark L1. I was like, wow. What is this marker stuff? Fair enough. Can work bucket, but sometimes you have to destroy the ship then claim it. Yikes. Explore around New Babbage and you can find the surface entrance and exits. You can. You absolutely can, Sarah. 109 likes. You guys were just on jam today. My Starfarer spawns floating every time since I landed it. That's hilarious, Bucky. All right, there's Loveridge. Oh boy, it's been a little while since this is going to be fun. Is that Orphanage? Right there. Let's hit the Orphanage. All right, so the meta is different here, you guys. We all know that. Hopefully, if you don't, you're going to learn today together. Right? So we don't have to have the mining laser out, right? In this particular situation. We have to just kind of scan the rocks, and whenever there's more than, we send out pings, and whenever there's more than 2 rocks, it's always Quantanium, right? So that's us doing a little bit of this type of mining, right? So excellent. So first thing we're gonna do is just kind of turn off, and then I like to kind of head towards the sun. Let's get our twist right. Just kind of making sure everything is, keep the sun kind of in this area. So around, I think I'm just going to use like 210 or something. All right. So now I'm going to kind of speed up just a touch. And then we're going to, I'm hitting V, right? Now I'm doing the V scan. And now we want to go ahead and start taking a look at our opportunity markers here, right? So, and it's got to be this thing here. Single rock. So now we're looking for where there's more than one ping back. There's doublers right there. So that's Quantanium, little miner's luck right there. We're going to go right on in and take a look and see what we have here. Good old Lyria. And that looks like a couple of Quantanium rocks down there. And we'll pull out the mining laser and see what we got. Bubble area for ground landing. Yep. All right. Yeah, not storing the ship. Yeah, I hear that. All right, you guys. This is a, what mass is that? 6,600. That's actually probably a nice rock. We might have to take a crack at that guy. 33%er? I think we will have to take a crack at this guy. Let me just look. How much is this embedded? Let's go ahead and let's do ourselves a favor here. We're going to drop the gear. All right. We're just going to pivot around. I'm going to turn around. I'm going to have to throw a gadget on this guy. Probably a Bormax and a wave shift. Let's see if we can find, like, where's flat that I can land? Excellent question. Try to find something semi-flat anyways. And I'm a ways from the rock. Let's go up this way and see if we can maybe put it in this dip right here. All right, this is a lot closer, and I like this spot a lot better. All right, this looks like we can. This can work. I'll go ahead. I'm going to rotate my VTOLs. I guess you don't do that after your engine's off. Be back out of the chair here. Now I haven't done this since we've gone live, you guys, so this is going to be interesting. But I do have a Bormax on my back. And I believe I have a wave shift. If it's still in the ship, it's in the ship. I can't remember if I've had to claim since then. So in the vehicle, I have a wave shift. Yep. And on my back, I should have a bore max. Let's look at that. I do. So I'm going to put the bore max on there first and see if that's going to be enough to get her done. So, never seen a gadget used. Bucky, we're just going to give it a try, man. This could be a bridge too far. I don't have the, you know, like I have the two aUEC C3s. This is actually a little bit lower power setup. So we're just going to have to see how this goes, you guys. We're just going to give it a try and have a little fun. So, I forget how this works. Uh-oh. Uh-oh. Where did it go? Oh no. That's my one and only bore max. I gotta go get one. Jeez, oh Christmas. Alright, well let's go grab one of the wave shifts. Darn it. We'll grab one of the wave shifts. I'll put them, maybe I'll throw one in the backpack too. Alright, how about that? And then throw this one on. Let's make sure it's on. Yeah, I see it there. I forgot how to stick them on there, so I tried to double click and it didn't work. That's so funny. Alright. It ate my bore max, which would have been a much better option for this. Yeah. Let's try this again. Ah, yeah, that's how to do it. All right, cool. Okay. That's weird. Is that like on the rock? What? It is. Why is it on the rock down here, you guys? All right, there's 76. Hold on. What? Why is it active? That's so hilarious. Why is it active right there? Whatever. I wonder if it is. Yeah, it's wireless. Exactly, Kai. That's hilarious. What? Whatever. So what it does, Cody, is it actually changes. It makes it so the rock is easier to mine. Now the bore max would have been ideal in that situation. This my laser. This probably isn't going to work. You know, I mean, I'm just having some fun with this. It's probably. I mean, we're going to give it a try, but this rock is too big for my laser. All right, up we go. Let me rotate the VTOLs. All right, and then up we go. Yep. All right, now let's kind of get ourselves organized here. Yeah, this 6600 mass is just is you know going to be interesting. So I don't think it's actually we're going to break this guy. Especially if the resistance is a 0.12. We'll see. We'll see if it falls out. If it keeps falling out, it does. Now I want to get in good range here. Let me get real close. The fact that it's holding a charge level is not terrible. We'll just kind of see. Now I have don't like that it fell out there, but we'll surge or double surge. Yeah, well, and that's the thing, guys. I mean, I didn't kit with surges and that type of stuff. Snuggle up with, yeah, for the best laser effect. I am going to do that, you guys. Yep, for sure. And like I said, I think the bore max would have been a better gig here for sure. I only had one of those on my back at the time. But let's just give it a little time and see if it does cook in there. It's not falling out completely. Well, it did fall out completely. Might take a while to heat up. Hopefully it works. It will take a little while to heat up. I have a second wave shift I could put on here. If I wanted to. But if I had to guess, like I said, this is probably a bridge too far. But let's just give it a little bit of time and see if we can get it to heat up. What's funny about, this does give me an opportunity to talk about these mining gadgets. You know, the mining gadgets, when they first introduced them, like when I was testing 317 originally with the gadgets, or whenever they added the gadgets, whatever that PTU was, they were working great. I mean, you could easily put a Bormax on a 6600. You might have to put, an extra one or whatever, but you could break rocks. I broke an 8300 mass rock with I can't remember how many I had on there, but it was quite a few of them. But I managed to break an 8300 mass rock, with a lancet. But then they did a balance pass, like a couple of patches, like before they actually went live, and they just had reduce their effectiveness into almost, to the point where they were just, I don't even use them anymore. I'm gonna give it a little bit more time. Let's see if it, we can find a spot where it. 12 of which, everyone makes the green option window bigger. You can cheat your way through it. You can do huge chunks. I only have seen it done in video. Never tried myself. Yeah, Griff, I mean, there definitely are people who have kind of, found ways, right, with these gadgets and stuff. And there comes a time, though, when judgment's the better part of valor. You're spending a lot of time just kind of putting stuff on there. And this is not, I'm going to give this, a few more minutes to see if it kind of builds up, builds up or whatever. But I have this aUEC C3 and the Rieger C3. I already know this is kind of like this is like a low power Lancet build, and so the fact that it's a 6600 mass, I don't think we're going to get this one. Problem with the gadgets are that you put anyone on very high chance of despawning when the rock breaks. Yeah, you definitely do find Siren. I agree that there's you don't have as much recovery with them as well. True, but if you're with a group or make the rock box mission and come back to scoop it up, yeah. I mean, Lyria mining is one of those things, guys, where Lyria mining is a partner mining thing. Like, if you have your org or some friends that are mining with you, Lyria, you can just kill it. But I wanted to fly over to Lyria anyways and look around. This is literally one of the first set of rocks we found. So, no big deal there. Here's what we're going to do. Let me do a little agitating and see if we can get lucky that way. Sometimes you can agitate a little bit and build, I've noticed, build power into rocks. Let's just agitate a bit and see if we get lucky. But you can see, this is going to be a bridge too far. I could put the second wave shift on here, and I might be able to break it. But you know what? Probably not, even with the second wave shift on there. And then I won't be able to recover it. So this 0.12 resistance is just a touch too high. So, you know what? Let's just back on out of here. We'll just, back on out of here and go find some other rocks to mine. So that's just kind of the nature of the beast. That does happen sometimes. We took a good crack at it, but you know what? It just didn't work. So I wanted to get back on track here. Let's go back 170. Yep, definitely am flying around this direction. I love Lyria, by the way. It is creeping. It wasn't. I don't think we would have broke it, guys. I think we would have spent too much time monkeying around there for sure. So, it's obsidian. All right, let's go ahead and take a look here. One second, I've got to chat my can hear my beagle crying out there, and I'm asking my 12-year-old to let her out. Give me a sec. Okay. All right, we don't need the mining laser out. Let's go ahead and we're going to get a V scan going here, and I will roll this back to a 180 scan, and normally, oh, there's some doublers right there. Once again, you got some miner's luck today. Had luck a few times. Yeah, the Lance is going to be more around a 5,000-pound build. You know, that's going to be a much happier rock to break. That's not going to be a great rock. And this, look at the mass on that one. I don't know, that 2572, that's a little guy. I have done really well today, quant mining, though, you guys. I've done over 1 million aUEC so far in the hopper, so we're not going to complain at all. Single rock. Single rock. Single rock. Keep moving in the straight. I love this time of day on Lyria. It's so pretty here. You know, obviously you've got kind of the, you know, wispy clouds, and oh, it's so beautiful. Torrent 3, Focus 3, Surge is my go-to for solo. Yeah, no question, if you're going to do solo mining on Lyria, you know, having a big rock build is fine. I normally don't have a big rock build. It's just not my thing. You know, I just kind of fly off and look for rocks that I can mine. But I definitely understand why people don't like that, and, you know, or like to have the big rock build. I like to have the ability, I like second and third breaks being more stable. But I definitely, you know, definitely everybody can choose how, you know, that's the cool thing about mining. Everybody can, oh, I think there's a little bit of a, little something up here. Let's take a look. Lance will break anything in a Halo without modules and gadgets. Is exactly right. All right, we're hitting our space break here. $42.53 and a 26% are not bad. What about this guy? There's a 67. So this is going to be one that's probably in the wheelhouse for me to mine, you guys. It's a 42.53 at 26%. So, yeah, this is probably one, you know, that you're going to mine for sure. I need to slow down this, slow down a bit. Yep. All right. Free up the laser head. This should be a fairly straightforward, easy break here. Got the sun at our back. Let's go ahead and just... Decent contrast. We should be able to break this guy. No problem at a 4200 mass. And in we go. I've been liking the Optimal module mostly because the lightning effect is cool. Oh, the lightning effect. That's cool. I like that. I have to check that out. I bound the laser power to a throttle toggle on my gladiator sticks. 0 to 100 instantly, so the stability doesn't matter much. I like that. That's cool, Z. All right, we're at a good optimal range here. That scanning doesn't work for me. I press the button, but it doesn't. Nothing happen. So you got. What, are you saying you can't ping Spike? I have crap memory. Are you the one I've heard calling 2%ers blue caps? Yeah, that is me, Sarah, for sure. I call them blue caps. That's funny, Sarah. Gotta hop out here, guys. Everyone have a wonderful day. Mass, take care of yourself, sir. I'm sure we'll hopefully see you a little bit later here. I can ping, but don't change the angle. Yeah, in order to change the angle, you've got to either use like greater than and less than. Those are your basic command, or you need to change it to something. You know, you got to go into your flight advanced controls into radar and change your what you have for your default choices. But you won't on Lyria. You don't get to see the scan results. You just get to see how many there are. Yeah, all right. Nothing in that guy. A little bit in this one here, 46%. How about this guy over here? Looks like a decent rock there. Yep. Nothing there. Oh, okay, that was that whole outline there. All right. Well, let's begin breaking these guys down. I have a Logitech stick that has a little toggle I use for the power level. Definitely adds to the immersion. I like that idea for sure. 2 or more rocks on Lyria is Quantanium always. Exactly. So that's what you're looking for. Anytime you see 2 rocks together or more, and they've got to be pretty close to each other. But, you know, if they're right next to each other, it's always Quantanium. And so that's, that can help, definitely. Awesome. First time watching your stream. Andrew, welcome to the channel. Thanks so much for all the helpful content. No problem. No problem at all. Sorry, guys. I just kind of was chatting with family there. Got distracted for just a sec. No problem. The default ping is tab. I set mine to the mouse wheel, but the default ping is definitely tab. Grifter says default angle changes mouse wheel up and down. I think the default angle change is actually, on the keyboard, it's greater than and less than sign. At least that's what it was for me. But I changed it to hold down left alt and mouse wheel up and down. That's how I like it. But, you know, everybody has a different feel for that kind of stuff. And certainly some people may have some different mechanics that never apologize for real. Thank you, Z. I appreciate that. It gets, I always get a little, apprehensive, or when things are a little quiet. Only stream to watch for mining. Yeah, thank you so much. That's awesome. Great, I appreciate that, sir. All right, you guys. I don't know. Seems like there should be more around here than what I'm seeing. So let's go ahead and kind of deal with this. Yikes. There's a big piece that's buried here. That's one of the things about Quantanium mining that's on Lyria that's a little different, right? Is you have kind of these impacted pieces. And there must be a piece down here somewhere that's impacted. There's a hundo, so we'll get started with that. Let's see if that gets us down to... And another hundo. We'll take it. Yeah, see, I knew there was another piece down here that had something in it, maybe. 40%. Let's break that real quick. Seemed like it had to be a thing. That, I mean, the math wasn't really working for me. All right, let's kind of start looking around now. We got, what do we have? There's a 70-some percenter. We know we're going to have to pick up some trash. You know, obviously we're going to be doing a lot of trash scooping here, so that's no big deal. $68. That's 100% barrel. What about this guy up here? Math wasn't mathing. It wasn't mathing. 55. I'll grab that guy. I still think that there's another piece in here that's got some in it. And that's not it. All right, let's just keep on scooping. Hundo. Yes, Bucky, exactly. I'm really looking forward to that as well. Someday when we have the tractor beam meta where we can kind of pull the stuff out of the way. And Lyria, I've said it, you know, many times. I think Lyria is kind of a part, like a, you really, you know, it's kind of a partner place, right? It's not as solo friendly as the Halo. At least right now. There's a hundo. And a good one. There's a 51%er. We'll pull that on board. All right, well, we're getting up to 15 SCU. That's good. We've done so well today, you guys. I know we had 115 pardon me, I think 11,000 SCU. Or 11, you know, oh, I don't want that barrel. What am I doing? That was silly of me. Didn't mean to do that. All right. 11, oh, there's a nice hundo. Cool. And there's another nice hundo. So we're going to go up over 20 SCU here on this run, and that's good. What's this guy here? That's 100% barrel. I think there's maybe a little bit more left down here. Maybe. Yeah, there's a 39%er. That's a little guy. What do we have here? Another little guy. What about this guy? Got any in there? Nope. I think that's probably it, you guys. That seems, the math is kind of washing in my mind now. So that's not anything, that's not anything. I don't think there's anything more in any of these. I don't think that guy had any more in it. No! Cool! Alright. So back off to ARC-L1 we go. Let's go do that. Alright. And we want to go to the station. We'll set that route. Boom. And up we go. Get a little altitude. Back to the sticks. And off we go. Alright, let's gotta spool up and head out. Lyria mining is so pretty. I really enjoy it. I definitely have been of the mind lately that Lyria is more of a, there's a variety of reasons. I mean, piracy, bigger rocks, just being able to search more area. I really think Lyria is becoming to me more of a multiplayer kind of mining place. Hey, good question, Griff. Griff is saying, how do I, that's the Aerial Gray Cat armor. So if you type in here, like here, I think I can even maybe do it for you, Griff. We type in like this. That'll probably, I think that brings up the thing. Griff, for sure. The yellow icons come from the Gray Cat Aerial Armor helmet. Here's a video that explains it. How do you check the time left before you boom? You hit M, and it's right down here. Time until critical. That's how you do it, Hunter. Ah, okay, got it. No problem, Griff. Now remember, Grifter, you have to buy the helmet, put it on, go back to menus, and then come back into the game. You don't just put it on and it changes the icon color. You have to go back to the menu first and then come back into the game. I try to avoid anything planet side. I only have a laptop with an integrated graphics card. Yeah, I can appreciate that, Sarah. I mean, like when you have something like that, staying out using CRUL1 or ArcL1 and just doing air and halo mining or that type of thing is the way to do it. It's going to take way less. That's a neat trick, Griff. Mark big rocks that you can extra fill with Q so you can come back and rest. I've never had much luck leaving boxes or Gray Cat buggies or anything. Now, I have thought about having an alt account sitting on my ship, and having that person go down and hang out, like if I find something nice, and then bringing back the mole. But I've never done that before. I got to be honest. All right, into our wide forestation we go. Otherwise, I'd love to get a group of 3 more prospectors or me. Yes. I mean, Griff, I've, certainly with the organization, have had mining nights with 20 and 30 people where you have prospector breaking teams, mole scooping teams, scouts, escort, overwatch. Certainly stuff like that is fun. Little teams, big teams, 3 guys, 5 guys. It's always fun. It's always a blast. You know what I mean? Having things like that. And it's, yep, exactly. Scout, crack, double team, big ones. Yeah, we've had lots of we've had mining nights where, a little over. Seems like the best night we did was, I think it was a little over 2 hours, and we did 500 SCU in a couple of hours. So I mean, it was like we were just killing it that night. So, yeah, it's always so much fun to have those types of nights for sure. Welcome to my home station. Yeah, ArcL1 is a great station. I've flown out of here for the longest time. I have, basically lived between ArcL1 and I've lived between ArcL1 and CRUL1 a lot myself. There's first alarm. Now it's boogieing there a little bit. Let's just kind of head. Slow her down. There we go. Got the VTOLs down, the gears down. We're looking good. We're just going to fly on in here and set her down. Alright, let's get our post-flight in. I tell you, these stations have been so weird today. All right, well, whatever. Lyria can get away quickly if you're paying attention. Yeah. You know, I mean, it's not always easy, but you just gotta, you definitely want to kind of head in one direction, gain some speed, get out of the, get yourself, get yourself some altitude and just hit an OM marker as quick as possible and bust on out of there. Obviously people who are really good at what they do, you don't have the prospector doesn't have a thick skin. It will go down pretty quickly. All right, let's go down and see if we can store this guy. Throw a little in this hopper. Have the QT marker already set. See some radar pop on the boogie as fast as you can. Lyria, Atmos fun. Yeah, you can. There are definitely some precautions you can take. I'm at the station that says it wants me to claim my ship. Jojo, still run down there and try and... I'm doing the same thing. Look, I just landed. It says Hangar 1, but it's claimed. See that, Jojo? So I'm just going to back away, and I'm just going to run down to I'm going to run down to the refinery, and it says Hangar 1, so it'll normally that stuff's in there, although it's annoying. And this is what's been happening to me as well, right? So I'm going to hit the refinery, I'm going to head down, and it says claim, but it has said claim before. Oh, I'm sorry. Sorry, citizen. Oh, he made it in. I do, sir. It's right over this way. Oh yeah, don't claim it, Jojo. Don't claim it at all.
Oh, nice. Thank you, man.
My pleasure. So I'm looking here to see, I mean, it does recognize that it was on the pad, right? So that's why I didn't claim. And so now, I came over here and I've got my Quantanium. It does recognize it's on a pad, even though it says claim, which is really a kind of a different thing, right? So, that's the one thing I've kind of learned here, and I'll get this started here. So let's talk about numbers, you guys, because I think we did pretty good today. I go to the calculator. So I previously had 1,044,000, right? So this is 2018 times 88 equals 16,000. So 1044 plus. Oh, that's more than that though, right? 2018 times 88 is 177,000. So I was at 1,044,000 before. 10440. Nope, it's actually 1004400. Nope, 1044000. Yeah, okay, and then plus 177,000. 1.21 million credits today that I've made on the stream. I still got to do my hauls and stuff and haul that stuff in, but that's a pretty good run. So I've gotten to that point of the stream where I have to say to you guys, thank you so much for watching. Look at, what? Busy day here. It's awesome. I just want to say the coffee was fantastic. The Quantanium was really good. The conversation was epic. You guys were just fantastic today. I have not had as much time as I have had in the past, and that's not necessarily going to stay that way forever, but it's definitely going to, I'm going to try and get more streams in, but we'll have to see. So I really appreciate that you guys were able to come and hang out today. Thank you so much. I do think it was a pretty successful mining stream today. You guys, it's been fantastic. I really wish you all the best, truly. Thank you, all of you who came and joined. You know what, Jojo? If you did claim that ship, you probably did lose it. You might check. But next time you land and it's claimed, try and run down and see if you can store it. So, are you selecting the best as your login server? I do that, Sarah, normally. I'm stateside normally. That's what I normally choose as best. I learned a lot in your stream today. Thank you, Kai. You silly woman. Have a lovely day. All of you, please take care of yourself. I'll be, miss you guys, and I will be seeing you all around the verse.